Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. War Memorial Stadium in Laramie was electric on Saturday as the University of Wyoming retired Josh Allen's number 17 jersey. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson was there and describes how Allen punctuated his love for UW with a dig at the university's rival.
They bring him out to the 50-yard line. They show some of his clips from his greatest hits from college, and then he gives some brief remarks, and then the crowd exploded twice. Once after his video concluded, and then after some of his comments, and then especially with the CSU comment.
Allen finished his speech by saying, "And it will always suck to be a CSU fan," referring to the Colorado State University Rams. Speaking of the historic day in Laramie as the University of Wyoming retired Josh Allen's number, fans came from all over to see the former Cowboys QB. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports there's a common theme to Josh Allen fans.
There's people from other parts of the state that have gotten to know him and followed him to Buffalo. And what everyone says is many of the same things. He still knows his roots. He's a down-to-earth guy.
Tyler and Stephanie Spear of Laramie say they not only love Josh Allen for what he's done for University of Wyoming football and the state, but that he's a good role model for their kids. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A new research study says Utah's population will grow from 3.6 million people now to 5.6 million people by 2065. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that neighboring Wyoming, however, won't hit 1 million people for at least 170 years at its current pace of 0.4% growth.
The thing that's going to be driving growth in Utah over the next 40 years is jobs. It's migration. It's people coming to Utah for the economic opportunities it provides in a diverse economy. There are lots of industries that thrive in Utah.
Researchers with the Chem C. Gardner Policy Institute says Utah has several unique demographic characteristics that will determine its future trajectory. It's still the youngest state in the nation and has one of the highest average household sizes, with several fast-growing areas projected to continue their growth in the decades to come. Wyoming's rural EMS crews are struggling to keep their ambulances rolling amid staff shortages, aging equipment, and a $30 million annual funding gap. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that sometimes EMT workers have to adapt when the wheels literally are falling off during an emergency transport.
The movement now that's underway, and has been underway for a while, is to get them declared as essential workers, meaning that governments, cities, and counties would be mandated to provide them funding. Right now, they're just working with kind of bootstrap funding. They have to rely on donations, and a lot of times they have to go without and have to make the best they can with repairs to their vehicles and trying to band-aid them to keep them working.
Now, the state is struggling to fill a $30 million annual funding gap to enable EMS agencies to survive. That's according to a report from the Wyoming Department of Health released in June. Jose Mendoza disappeared on a trip home to Casper 6 years ago after visiting his mother in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that he left behind mysterious clues that his sister believes points to someone harming him.
Carmen Couch, who is Jose Mendoza's sister, questions the last 3 transactions made on his bank account. Typically, those transactions he would run as a debit card using his 4-digit PIN number. So the last 3 transactions, which one was for gas on the night he was supposed to have returned to Casper, and again, it was run as a credit. Then his card was used 2 more times the following day in Riverton. Both of those were run as credit.
Jose Mendoza, who would now be 46 years old, disappeared in early May of 2019. About 5 months later, Mendoza's burgundy Subaru Forester was found abandoned more than 400 miles away on the Wind River Indian Reservation in October of 2019. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Monday, November 24th, kicking off Thanksgiving week. We'll have plenty of Thanksgiving-related stuff today, including what to expect at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Some new floats, who's performing, who's hosting, etc. We'll have all that for you today. We'll also talk with Piper, and we'll cover the basics of putting out the spread, beginning with the bird, how to cook the best turkey, side dishes. We're cooking with Piper later today. Olivia Miller will be on. She's with the USGS. We're going to talk about water in the Colorado River system, both surface water and aquifer water. Olivia Miller, special guest. Jim Magagna is going to be on today. He's, of course, Wyoming Stock Growers Association executive president, executive, I don't know. He's like the top guy. We're going to talk beef. David Jenkins will be on with the Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. Jenkins is going to talk about a new movement toward relieving the burden of cleaning up drilling sites. Companies are getting out of their responsibility to clean up drill sites, and that burden may be passed on to the taxpayer. David Jenkins worried about it. So are we then. Also, speaking of USGS, we're going to have Christo Liebenberg on the show. Maybe joined by JU, depends on his schedule, his time. But we're going to talk about the recent addition of uranium to the U.S. critical minerals list. What does it mean for nuclear power? Uranium added to the critical minerals list. It sounds important. What does it mean? Christo will tell us. He'll be on the show today. And a lot of special guests and a lot going on. After all, it is the Monday after a weekend. So we got a ton to do, beginning with a day weather forecast. Looks like this, mostly sunny, breezy in Casper, highs 53 today. Gradually clearing in Riverton with the highs 52. Mostly sunny in Evanston, 42 the high today. Sunny, breezy. Comfortable upper 40s for Green River. Pinedale, partly sunny, breezy with the highs 41. Alpine, 42 with a chance of snow and rain, cloudy and breezy in Alpine. Just kind of a day. Du Bois, chance of snow late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, windy till then with highs 40 is all. Chance of snow in Jackson. Mostly cloudy, breezy with highs 42 in Jackson Hole. Thermopolis gradually clearing, breezy 55 the high. Cody, you should top out around 53 with a chance of snow and rain though. Buffalo, slight chance of snow and rain after 5 in the afternoon, let's say, with a highs 52. Sheridan, look for a high of 54 with a slight chance of rain around 4-ish in the afternoon. Gillette, chance of rain late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny with highs 53. Newcastle, partly sunny, 50. Mostly sunny in Torrington with highs in the upper 50s. Mostly sunny, breezy in Wheatland, double 5s for your high. Mostly sunny in the state capital, breezy with highs 53. Sunny, breezy in Laramie, highs 46. And Rollins, mostly sunny, windy with highs 43. The day weather forecast. Don Day will be on later today, and we'll wrap with him about all things weather, including your holiday travel plans. Certainly, we're going to see a change in weather. And from what I understand, the guarantee is it's going to be colder, significantly colder in Wyoming. How much precip is going to come with it is still undetermined. I think the models, those European models that Don Day uses, I think they're split 50-50, showing perhaps a good shot of snow, which will be good news for skiers and resorts, or maybe not that much snow. The models disagree. We'll get the latest from Don Day with his day weather forecast. He'll be on the show live. David Madison, he'll be on later today. He'll talk about his story working with Kenny Stabler, one-time quarterback of the Oakland Raiders. Remember that? Way back when? I remember Kenny Stabler was a lefty. And he was a quarterback while John Madden was the coach. What a time to be a Raider fan. Well, Dave Montgomery, who you may recognize his name in Wyoming radio man Dave Montgomery, he's got a lot of memories in the radio business, but none more interesting than his time with NFL Hall of Famer Kenny Stabler. And he dishes. Dave Montgomery dishes, and David Madison has the story, and we'll get to all that. Josh Allen did make an appearance in Laradice. He was there on the field at the War Memorial. It was the only highlight of the game. One measly touchdown for the Wyoming Cowboys. They are just not, it's just not good. A lot of people with that loss, a lot of people are done making excuses for this team. I see the most ardent fans, the long-time, dyed-in-the-wool, brown and gold Cowboy fans. Nobody's ready to tear up their season tickets, but I seen long-time, loyal Cowboy fans saying they've had enough. That's it. Something's got to change. Something has to change. I don't see any way Jay Sawvell keeps his job after this season. I don't. I mean, the Cowboys have been that bad. There's been some highlights of the year. Certainly taking the boot. That was huge. But losing to the Mountain West Conference's worst team. I mean, Nevada is not a good team. Nevada had not won a game on the road all year. I think they were 0-5. The Nevada Wolfpack were the perfect patsy team to be playing on the day that you retired the number 17. We should have whipped them. And the Cowboys could not get it done. Clock management issues, that's on the coach. And just no offense. Again, stagnant offense. 14-7 loss in that one. And I don't see how Coach Sauvel remains coach next year. Just the time has come. Has it not? That's what a lot of folks are saying, like longtime Cowboy fans saying they can't stand to watch anymore. But it was a highlight seeing Josh Allen's number retired. To see Coach Bowl on the field, oh, if only that guy could come back. Apparently, none of that transferred over to the current Wyoming Cowboy team because they were not good. Josh had the wife in tow. Haley Steinfeld was there. I think she stayed up there in the press box when he was down in the field. Josh rocking a pretty cool leather coat. Wyoming Cowboy, the 17, the unveiling of what that would look like. We saw that. That was pretty cool. It was goosebumps moment. And Josh took to the mic and said, he loves Wyoming, loved the guys he played with, will always love the state of Wyoming. He said all the right things, including closing with a dig at the sheep, at the CSU Rams. Wow. I was pretty surprised. He took that seriously. He won, Josh Allen, in his 2 years as a starter, won that border war both times. Both times he had the bronze boot in his hands, the trophy. He knew the importance of beating the arch rival, and Josh closed with, "It'll always suck to be a CSU Ram." I was a little surprised that he closed with that. He's normally a pretty positive guy. Normally his outro, whenever Josh Allen does an interview, his outro used to be, go Pokes, go Bills. Remember his outro when he went to the MVP. He was named MVP and he got on stage and he said, he closed with "do good, be good, go Bills." I mean, that's usually he closes on a positive note like that. So I was surprised to see him close on a shot at CSU. Of course, it played to the choir in Laramie. They loved it. Just a disappointing final score there, though. But we've got a couple of stories about the Josh Allen appearance and the retirement of the number 17. Anna Louise Jackson was on scene as the Cowboy State Daily sent Anna to the game, and she got to enjoy that. Paleontologists think they may have figured out a way to determine dinosaurs' gender. Prior to now, it's all paleontologists can do to figure out what bones, what dinosaur those bones belong to, and whether they were the spine or the teeth. But gender has been tricky for paleontologists, if not impossible. But based on some sexual kinks preserved in their bones for over 66 million years, it's a possibility to determine gender after all these eons. Andrew Rossi, of course, has that story. He's the Cowboy State Daily dinosaur guy. And a whole bunch more. A hero poodle that saves a woman's life after she had a heart attack. Zach Sontag with that. Population of Utah and Wyoming projected out to the year 2065. Both states will grow in population, but Utah exploding. Wyoming, less so. And Scott Schwebke, great story on what it's like to run a rural EMT service in rural Wyoming, where funding gaps make it difficult to even keep the wheels on the ambulances. Yeah, literally, keep the wheels on that thing. We'll talk about that story. We'll look at the Mad Max weather tank. I always wondered, why couldn't you build something? And they did. Renee Jean has a story about these Colorado storm chasers that were in Cheyenne last week to show off their new Mad Max-style weather tank. Made famous by the Discovery TV show Storm Chasers, you can get very close to dangerous tornadoes if you're driving the Mad Max. It's heavier than your average Ford F-150, and it's built in a way that the wind just can't really grab a hold of it. I think you could drive this thing right into the spout of a tornado. It's really cool looking. We'll talk about the Mad Max weather chasing vehicle. We will talk. Last week I had Representative Harriet Hageman on the show, and we just barely touched on the Colorado River Compact. We're going to talk a whole bunch more in the coming years and decades about that river, the Colorado River Compact and water rights, upper basin versus lower basin. Representative Hageman had a lot to say about it, urging California and other downstate users, other lower basin users, get a plan together, because your thirst for Wyoming's water, as she referred to it, or water of the upper basin, where the Colorado River, the Green River, the originations of these rivers that then later feed Arizona, growing like crazy, California growing like crazy, and the water demands from the lower basin states are escalating significantly, and that 1922 Snake River Compact is looking kind of dated. The Colorado River Compact, and by the way, it was entered into in 1922 on this day, November 24th. Talk about coincidence, because we will have a USGS water specialist on the show to talk about the water. Like, is there really less water? How is it measurable? How much water we use, we need, and how much is in the system? How has Colorado River's water supply changed over the years? It is one of the most over demand. What is it? What is the exact term? It is one of the most sucked dry rivers in the world, if not the most. And Olivia Miller will be able to talk about that. Back in 2018, the Colorado River was identified as the most over-allocated river in the world. We'll just start our discussion right there with Olivia. On the day of, the anniversary of the signing of the Colorado River Compact, happened on this day. Pretty interesting. Piper's going to cook with us. She's going to make us hungry. I know it. She's going to tell you how to lay out the perfect Thanksgiving Day spread. Piper will be on to do a little cooking with us later as well. Let's take a break. Come right back with special guests. More of the show on a Monday of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Hearing news on the international front that perhaps a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine is imminent. Word out of the White House that they're moving closer towards a ceasefire in Russia, Ukraine. We'll see. Cold snap is going to grip much of the nation for Thanksgiving week. It's going to be cold. Not necessarily, a lot of snow or blizzard type of thing, but it's certainly going to be cold. Not sure how much moisture, but that cold coming down from Canada. Oh, Jimmy Cliff died age 81. Reggae legend Jimmy Cliff. That's too bad. I just played a Jimmy Cliff song last night at the $1 Million Cowboy Bar. It's an old 1970s song. What was it? Now I forget. Oh, harder they come. Oh, no, I can see clearly now. That's what I played. I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. Reggae style. Jimmy Cliff dead at age 81. That's sad. Kingston, Jamaica is where he's been, of course. I don't know where our guest is for this segment, but we're 0 for 1. Off and running. Let's talk about Zach Sontag's story. Cheyenne woman credits her poodle Lily for saving her life. She had a heart attack. If it hadn't been for Lily alerting my friend, I would not be talking to you now. That's the words of the Cheyenne woman who spoke to Zachary Sontag. Her name, Lily DeFleur Denker. And I guess her poodle's name is same. She seriously named her poodle after herself? Could be. Susan Denker. Oh, all right. I see. Zach was being tricky. He's trying to make it seem like the dog is actually a person. Susan Denker is the one who had the cardiac arrest. They did pronounce Susan dead at one point, but the dog, Lily DeFleur Denker, alerted. She sleeps. Yeah, here's what Susan said. Lily, the dog, the poodle, sleeps on my pillow. Oh, lucky dog, huh? I listen to her breathe. It's that intimate of a connection. Some people get real close with their fur babies. There's a difference, Susan says, between a pet owner and a pet parent. Yes, I have seen that. When they're sleeping on the pillow and you're listening to them breathe, yeah, you've now moved into the pet parent part of the relationship. But she recalls the time when, if it hadn't been for Lily, it was a warm morning last July. A friend of Denker's named Karen arrived at her condo to help with some domestic tasks. Karen rang the bell several times. No one came to the door. Before she could turn around to go, however, Lily the poodle got her attention through a 6-inch break in the blinds. Lily kept barking, and then running to the bedroom, then back to the window, then back to the bedroom. She was trying to tell me something, Karen said. Yeah. Karen walked around the house, looked in through the back window. Denker was unconscious on the bed. She had suffered a severe heart attack. She called 911. First responders broke down the door and got Denker to emergency treatment. Had it not been for Lily the poodle, things could have been much, much different. Zach Sontag with that story of the Cowboy State Daily. Utah's population set to explode to 5.6 million people by the year 2065. Wyoming on pace for a cool million. Will finally top the million mark in, well, don't get too excited, 170 years. At the current growth pace of 0.4% growth, Andrew Rossi writes the story. New research study says Utah's population will grow from current 3.6 million to 5.6 million by the year 2065, which, what is that, 40 years from now? Neighboring Wyoming, however, still languishing, although I wouldn't use the word languish. I love less people. That's why I'm here. Wyoming will not hit the million mark, perhaps, estimates say, for another 170 years. That sounds like good news to me. At the current pace of growth, which I said is less than 1% a year, less than 0.5% a year, 0.4% growth over the last 3 years. If you just project that out and say we stay on that similar trajectory, Wyoming Economic Analysis Division says it'll take the lowest populated state in the nation 170 years to hit 1 million people, not until the year 2195. Wow. I take that as good news. If Utah takes their predicted population explosion as good news, you can have it. I take Wyoming's slow growth rate as good news, but Utah population should grow from 3.6 million to 5.6 million peoples. Utah's popular. Utah does have a lot of attractions. I mean, Utah's got Salt Lake, growing city, and at one time steeped in Mormonism, for sure. Still is. But it's coming into a new age. It's modernized Mormonism in Salt Lake and throughout that whole region. Salt Lake, Ogden. And it's and then Utah has two great national parks, Zion and Bryce. It's got many great state parks, a lot of great BLM land, so many great, cool things to do in Utah. I could see why it's growing. And then the weather is pretty good. I mean, you do experience 4 seasons in most of Utah, but not the harshness of winter. You get some winter, but not full on winter lasting forever like it does in Wyoming. Utah's got some pretty unique advantages. Scott Schwebke's story about how the challenges of rural EMTs, hospitals. We know healthcare off the beaten path is difficult, funding challenges being the main issue, but rural Wyoming EMTs struggle to keep ambulances rolling literally when the wheels fall off. Scott Schwebke's story in the Cowboy State Daily documents staff shortages, aging equipment, and a $30 million annual funding gap. EMT workers have to adapt to whatever might be coming their way, including wheels flying off the ambulance. It happened on a cold November evening back in 2018. Ambulance crew cruising along Interstate 90, transporting a patient from Gillette to a hospital in Billings, Montana, when the unthinkable happened. Suddenly, a wheel appeared out of nowhere and rolled past the ambulance. The EMT driver said, "That wheel looks familiar." Yeah. And the EMT driver put 2 and 2 together and says, "That's our wheel." The wheel had been attached to the 2003 Ford E450. The ambulance he was driving had about 300,000 miles on the odometer, had just undergone routine maintenance hours earlier. The driver quickly pulled over. Nobody was hurt, but it was a really bad day. Dang. I guess so. Scott Schwebke with a story on how tough it is to be a first responder in rural Wyoming. Challenges, funding challenges, and aging equipment, if you can even find folks to staff your ambulance. The town of Lusk, in an equipment bind back in 2023, down to 1 working ambulance, requested a $300,000 emergency grant from the State Loan Investment Board to buy a new one. And I believe that request was turned down. You see a lot of unique relationships happen in rural Wyoming where one community will help out another, one county will help out another with the sharing of their health services, emergency medical services. We will have Jim Magagna on. I always want to call him Magagna. I want to call him something. Jim will be on, the Wyoming Stock Grower Association's head. He'll talk about the upcoming convention and trade show. That'll be here soon, December 8, 9, and 10. And there's some deadlines coming up regarding that. But I do want to ask Jim, as long as you got the stock grower guy on, I want to ask him about all kinds of things, challenges facing stock growers, whether it's sheep or cattlemen. Jim comes from the sheep background, but certainly we know what beef prices are doing, especially considering President Trump's allowing for more imported beef from Argentina. A lot of stock growers in Wyoming not happy with that. Also considering lifting some restrictions on USDA inspections that could allow for more smaller beef producers to market directly to consumer, direct to consumer. In the milk industry, for instance, dairy is pretty big. It could really help out Wyoming's cattlemen direct to consumer sales, and that could be made much more possible if Direct Act goes through. We'll talk about the Direct Act calling for the amending of federal meat inspection and poultry products. It would allow the sale of certain state-inspected meat and poultry to move across state lines and would expand the direct-to-consumer marketing options for some smaller producers. I'm sure Jim is excited about that notion. Let's take one more break, and I'm hoping we will get with Olivia Miller, USGS water specialist, and we'll talk about the Colorado River Compact. And we'll just talk about water in general, water usage. I think we're all kind of aware that water is a precious resource. And in the coming age, we're going to be fighting over who gets what water. We'll talk to Olivia and ask her really how the aquifers are doing and if water really is, if we're in a drought and water really is in less and less supply. That'll be coming up right after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Olivia Miller joins us. USGS, what are we called? Just like a water specialist? You're all about water.
I'm a hydrologist.
Hydrologist. That's the right word for water. Current research focusing on, get ready for this is early in the morning, spatial and temporal analysis of groundwater and surface water quality, the relationship between land use, climate, and hydrology throughout the southwestern United States. I want to talk particularly about, and let's just start here, Olivia. Colorado River has been identified as the most over-allocated river in the world. In other words, everybody wants a piece of it, it seems. Fair statement?
We live in a place where, like most of the western United States, it's dry and we use a lot of water. So there's definitely, people need that water and they want it. And right now, in some cases, we don't have enough of it.
Yeah, I want to talk about where water comes from. There's the obvious. We think rainfall, snowfall, but I want to talk about that. And if this perception that water is, the availability of water is lessening. What aquifer are we talking about, Olivia? Let's start with water underground. You hear about the Ogallala aquifer and the fact that it may be lowering and may be drying up. What aquifer are we in? Is there such a thing as the Great Basin aquifer? What are we in?
Yeah, so in the Colorado River Basin, there are quite a few different aquifers. So we don't have kind of this one big, massive aquifer that we're all tapping into. It really kind of depends on where you are. But that bringing up groundwater, I'm just so happy you did that. that's something that I'd spend a lot of time thinking about. And, groundwater, a lot of times we don't really think about it. We can't see it. It kind of gets overlooked when we talk about water in the Colorado River Basin. Most of the water that we use does come from streams. But, on average, over half of the water in streams actually comes from groundwater flowing into streams. So it all, starts out as snow and rain, and that lands on the landscape, and some of it runs off into streams, and you get stream flow, which, you can see and you can fish in and, all that. And then some of that water actually infiltrates through rocks and soil into aquifers. And it, then some of that water actually does flow back into rivers and streams. So it's all really connected. And, this water supply is actually, that's really important for streams because, we get this big spring runoff typically here in the Colorado River Basin. All the snow melts, river levels go way up, you get all this water flowing through. But outside of that snowmelt period, that groundwater flowing into streams, that's really the source of most of the water. So that's really important for anyone who needs to use river water in the summer, fall, and winter. It's really important for, species that live in those rivers. It's actually really important. It's a really important control on water quality in rivers. And so, I'm just so pleased you brought groundwater up because it's sort of, in my mind, sort of a really important part of talking about Colorado River Basin water and where it comes from that often gets overlooked.
Yeah, it's the water you don't see. We see the water, that we're got the fly fishing boat floating on. We see the water fly by, but yeah, sometimes you forget about that groundwater, the aquifer, and how crucial that is, all tied into the same discussion. USGS hydrologist Olivia Miller is with us, and let's Let's just ask like the $1 million question. Colorado River system, has the water supply changed over the years? And I'm assuming it's changed, but probably not for the good. We probably aren't drowning in water. We go through drought, and unfortunately, all that good water in the spring, we watch it flow by and go away. So we've got a lot of reservoirs. That's crucial. Do we have enough, I wonder? And what's the health of our reservoirs? But how has the water, how has it changed? In Wyoming, we've got our Seed Ski D, we got the Green River, we love it. That feeds in Colorado, and that's it's healthy when it leaves Wyoming and Colorado. By the time it gets to Arizona and California, it barely makes it to the Gulf anymore. What has changed over the years in the water supply, Olivia?
Yeah, so over the past 100 years, we've lost stream flow. It's definitely down. It's mostly due to less snow, less precipitation, drier springtime, and warming temperatures. So temperatures have gone up. Precipitation, the amount of rain and snow we get, it's kind of not been quite as obvious if it's increasing or decreasing. And it kind of depends on where you are in the basin, whether you've seen increases or decreases. But our snow has definitely changed. We've lost snowpack, and that's our primary source of water. And we're seeing earlier snow melt and runoff. So, kind of the net effect, and you just described it perfectly, is that, we barely get to the ocean anymore. There's a lot of studies that kind of say, in the future, we might have less stream flow. That, probably means lower reservoir levels. It would be great if those are wrong. But, in any case, right now we have less water and low reservoir levels. And so that, those are kind of the conditions that we're really living in. Our reservoirs are, they're kind of struggling. So that, we build these reservoirs because we get all of our water supply in the springtime when, we might not need to use all that water. So we want to save some of it for drier seasons, when we do need to use more water. So we've constructed these massive storage reservoirs. But, really kind of since the early 2000s, their levels have just dropped dramatically, and they've never really bounced back. Lake Powell and Lake Mead, they hit these record lows in the past couple of years, and that can actually threaten hydropower production. So, it's kind of this, you're getting into all of these really complicated systems of where do we get our energy from because we don't have enough water. So, even just this year, the kind of storage declined in all of the major reservoirs in the basin. Utah's doing kind of the best. We're at about 74% of capacity. Colorado's doing kind of the worst. They're about 49% of capacity. And some of them are doing, some individual reservoirs are doing great. Flaming Gorge is 82% full at the start of the winter. So, that's in pretty good shape, but others are, really low. Lake Powell it's 29%. So that's pretty low. In the Green River Basin, some are, down 11%, up to, kind of 25% capacity. So it, kind of depends on the reservoir, exactly, how things are going.
Capturing and storing this water is so crucial because, it's feast and famine. We feast in the spring, and by, August, we see I can't believe after 30 years in Jackson Hole looking at the Tetons, and, used to be in August, you could still see snow cap up there, and people would say, visiting from somewhere else, they'd say, wow, is that snow? What is that up there? You're like, yeah, that's snow. That's, they were holding snow in August. You just don't see that anymore. So these reservoirs seems to me crucial. Do we need more or not really? Because we're not even filling the ones we have.
Oh, I'm not a reservoir engineer, so I can't really say that. But I think the reservoir management is really challenging when you don't have very much water going into them in the first place.
Yeah.
But they are doing some kind of interesting things to try and keep reservoir levels higher. They can really change. In some places they can kind of change the way that they operate the reservoirs to really protect our water supplies as much as they can. So it's complicated.
Olivia, did you note the date today is November 24th, 1922. It was the signing of the Colorado River Compact. Isn't that weird?
That's great.
Happens to be today, the anniversary. So, I don't know how familiar you are with it. I know there's politicians that calling for it to be revised, saying that's a very old document. Things have changed. Down basin, lower basin water users have become thirstier and thirstier, and upper basin, they kind of form their own pact and say, well, we want to hang on to our water. Are there provisions in this? Is it a dated document? I mean, would you be advised if the Senate panel called you and said, Olivia, what do you think about the water? You say, well, is it an old compact? Do we need to revisit what's in there? Or do you not even aware of what's in there particularly? I don't know.
I think everyone in water in the West is aware of it. My job is really to provide data and information so that decision makers, policy makers can have the best available science to make those kinds of decisions. So I guess I don't have a comment on the actual compact, but it has really it's been one of the most defining rules for water that everyone has to account for that right now. And
so many Western states also are involved in it, and the West in general, especially the Southwest, been involved in flat out drought. There have been periods where it's been a little better for Wyoming and Utah in particular, but where are we now? Would you define this? Are we in a drought? Is it severe? Have we seen something like this before? Or?
Yeah, so the drought that we're in, it really started in around the year 2000. This is historic. We're in a drought. We haven't seen conditions like this since the 1500s.
Oh, wow.
So, that's pretty remarkable. And, our kind of history, our environmental records that go back in the past, they really show us that droughts like this, they can last for decades. And, we're clearly experiencing a drought that is lasting multiple decades. It's still ongoing. It's expected to stick around for a while. Kind of our next, our seasonal forecasts don't really indicate massive improvements. It certainly can kind of improve and get worse, in different places in the basin at different times. A couple of years ago, we had these really wonderful snow years. We got so much snow. It was great. But, it's kind of like if your income has gone down over the past 25 years and your spending has been maybe the same or gone up, and maybe you've accumulated some debt, and then you get like your end of year bonus, or you have a really big sales year, whatever your business is. It's great. You're not going to say no to it, but it's not probably going to fix the whole problem. So, we have some good things that are happening, but the long-term trend is just for less water.
One last thing, Olivia, as we run up to the top of the hour deadline. New study projects a hot, dry future climate, the drought that we're in, and demand has never been higher. This is the drought we haven't seen in centuries like this. 29% decline in the upper Colorado River Basin base flow. This is through the 2050s, going to affect people and ecosystem. What is the effect of people? Obviously, we need water to drink. You mentioned the hydro aspect, declining there. And then, the ecosystem, fish, birds, everything depends on the water. It's going to affect everyone, everything.
Yeah. I mean, every living thing depends on this water, and it's going through big changes. And I guess I would say one thing that I think makes me hopeful is that we've seen people actually, in places where they're really actually lowering the amount of water that they use. So, I think that can have a big impact. So I think, that, demonstrates people are creative, they're problem solvers. And, it's certainly a challenge that we are capable of solving and dealing with.
Yeah, we have the technology. Hopefully we'll be able to apply it and help us out with the water. Happy Colorado River Compact signing day.
You too.
Olivia,
you so much.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Yeah, we got to hit top of the hour news now. It looks like this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Jose Mendoza disappeared on a trip home to Casper 6 years ago after visiting his mother in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that he also left behind mysterious clues that his sister believes points to someone harming him, and she refuses to give up the search.
Carmen Couch, who is Jose Mendoza's sister, questions the last 3 transactions made on his bank account. Typically, those transactions he would run as a debit card using his 4-digit PIN number. So the last 3 transactions, which one was for gas on the night he was supposed to have returned to Casper, and again, it was run as a credit. Then his card was used 2 more times the following day in Riverton, once again for gas, and at a smoke shop. Both of those were run as credit. She said he never ran that card. It was always debit. So she questions whether or not he actually used that card.
Jose would have been now 46 years old, disappeared in early May of 2019. About 5 months later, Mendoza's burgundy Subaru Forester was found abandoned more than 400 miles away on the Wind River Indian Reservation in October of 2019. A Wyoming radio man has had a wild ride in his career, but none more interesting than his time with NFL Hall of Famer Kenny Stabler. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that with Stabler, Dave Montgomery witnessed some crazy things in the last days of a pre-cell phone golden age.
Kenny Stabler, that bearded icon of 1970s NFL. He was a hero for the Oakland Raiders, took him to a Super Bowl, and would wear the ring wherever he went. And it was Dave Montgomery's job to keep an eye on that ring as soon as it came off Kenny's finger, because he was the kind of celebrity that if you asked him about his ring, the first thing he did was hand it to you. Dave made a point of describing how he would see the ring come off at a place like Jackson's Hole, classic bar in downtown Denver. He remembers seeing the ring come off and then travel through maybe 150 different people. And he was tracking it the whole night, just watching it.
Besides working with one of the most colorful QBs in NFL history, Montgomery spent the better part of 5 decades building a Wyoming media empire. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Anyone who pulls up to the Clear Creek Wood Bank at 97 U.S. Highway 16 East in Buffalo during the 2 to 4 p.m. window on Tuesdays will get a free allotment of split wood from the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that for some, this means the difference between having heat or not for the cold Wyoming winter.
One of the guys, a logger, said that probably about 2/3 of the people in that region have wood stoves. So one of the founders, she's a forester, she started this wood bank, had the idea. She was working with a food bank and saw, hey, people that also need wood, because she had split wood being stolen from her house in downtown Buffalo. They had a split wood fence, and so people were stealing it to use it for firewood. So she said, hey, there's a need for a wood bank. And so they started that in 2022. Since then, it's grown.
In addition to nearly 40 adult volunteers who help with cutting, stacking, and filling people's vehicles with wood on Tuesdays, there are also students from the local Christian school and the New West High School in Buffalo who regularly come and help. Wolves have been stealing bait from underwater crab traps in British Columbia, which some researchers claim amounts to tool use. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some Rocky Mountain wolf experts say, yes, it's impressive behavior, but it's a stretch to call it tool use.
So I ran that past a couple of wolf experts here from this region that have had a lot of experience with wolves, and they were like, that's clever, but does that equal use of a tool? They said, nah. It shows, wolves are adaptable.
Wolf expert Rob McIntyre tells Cowboy State Daily that there have been some legitimate examples of tool use among wild animals. For example, legendary primatologist Jane Goodall documented chimpanzees using sticks to catch and eat insects. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Well, by far the most engaging story of the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend is the innovative wood bank in Buffalo provides free firewood for people in need. This story really resonating with readers and the engagement through the roof. More than 2,100 have engaged in the story on Facebook, mostly to the tune of thumbs up or love, as in they love the story. 80 comments, 254 shares. We're going to talk with the author of this story, Dale Killingbeck. He'll be on in just a little bit on this show. But Buffalo's Clear Creek Wood Bank that provides free firewood to those in need is about as Wyoming a story as you're going to see, right? I mean, how Wyoming is that? The motto of the wood bank, ensuring no one ever has to choose between heating and eating. Love it. And it's so Buffalo, Wyoming, which is going to be the wife and I's future home, I'm pretty sure. Buffalo has become known for this. The giving, the generosity of that community is near legendary. Dale Killingbeck will be on the story. We'll talk about it. It looks like they got a lot of firewood there. Wood is placed in racks at Clear Creek Wood Bank, ready for patrons to arrive. And they've been doing this a long time. And how cool is that? How Wyoming of a story. The story is doing really well on Facebook, according to the analytics. Wood stoves filling up in the Buffalo area. And I can't wait to talk to Dale, find out more about it. maybe we should do this day in history because we are going to be very tight later on with scheduling. Yeah, let's check in with this day in history. As I mentioned to Olivia Miller, who was just on, USGS hydrologist, water expert, let's say water specialist. I told her today marks the anniversary of the signing of the Colorado River Compact. And that compact so much governs the water use in the West. I mean, all the states involved. I had a fancy map here somewhere that I could share that shows you what states depend on the Colorado River Compact. It was this day in 1922 that the compact was entered into record. In other words, became official law of the land. Colorado River Basin. Wyoming is the headwaters of the Green River, sometimes known as the Seed Skidee, as some old mountain men used to refer to it as. Wyoming with the Green River, which is dammed at Flaming Gorge Reservoir, and that's one place to keep Wyoming's Green River in Wyoming. But eventually it has to leave the Flaming Gorge Reservoir and heads into Colorado and Utah, where the Green River eventually hooks up with the Colorado River, which sees its headwaters up there at Granby, I want to say Granby Lake in Colorado. Those two mighty rivers merge and work their way through Utah. And by the time you get down to the Glen Canyon Dam and Glen Canyon Mead, those reservoirs are just historically low. I mean, already because of the use in Utah and especially Colorado, as Ms. Miller pointed out, that you're looking at reservoirs that are very, very low. And then you move into Arizona, you get into the lower basin states, and the Colorado River starts to run thin and dry. It travels through just the southern tip of Nevada. And then, of course, California, heavy demand on the water for the Colorado River. To this point, when that river reaches the Gulf of California, it no longer reaches the Gulf of California. I mean, there was a time where the river poured into the Gulf, not anymore. That river is so used, the water demands on the river, Colorado River, so heavy that it doesn't make the ocean anymore. It's unbelievable. And it's going to get worse. If you want to call it a political thing, Representative Congresswoman Harriet Hageman was on this show last week and talking about how that dated 1922 Colorado River Compact needs to be upgraded. And in particular, she says, you downriver states, you lower basin states, and she pointed directly at California, you need to figure it out. You need to build reservoirs. You need to take care of your own river management, because it's not up to Wyoming to do everything for you when it comes to water. And this is just one microcosm of what is going to be water wars moving forward. Those upper basin states, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, are going to do battle with lower basin states, particularly Arizona, Nevada, only because of, the Hoover Dam in Las Vegas, its water demands, and then Southern California. In Colorado itself, you talk about those who use water. Wyoming's lowest on the list as far as who would water demands. Colorado has become increasingly put a stress on the Colorado River system. And certainly Arizona and California with their growing population. But Harriet Hageman says California has neglected its water infrastructure while demanding more Colorado River water from Wyoming. She says California and other lower basin states need to get it in gear before going after more upper basin states' water. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. She said California has essentially the same water infrastructure in place with 40 million people today than they had in the 1960s with 16 million people. I remember Congresswoman Hageman sharing that with us on the show. Mark Hines must have been listening because he wrote up a story on it in the Cowboy State Daily. Is pretty interesting. Anyway, I diverge from the topic at hand, which is this day in history, November 24. Let's go back a little before 1922, go all the way to 1835. Texas authorized a law enforcement outfit called the Texas Rangers. Yeah, not the baseball team, but the actual Texas Rangers, famed Rangers. They were kind of the Rocky Mountain, not Rocky Mountain. They were like the Canadian Royal Mounted Police of their day. 1835, tough guys trying to keep law and order in Texas. This day, Texas authorizes the Texas Rangers. 1874, Joseph Glidden received a patent for his invention, barbed wire. We talked about how, I think it was last week, that Glidden had invented it. I guess this is the official patent granted on this day, 1874, for the Devil's Rope. Barbed wire, of course, changed the nature of ranching and farming in the West significantly, maybe more than any other single physical item. Barbed wire responsible for the end of the open range, permanently establishing ranches with fenced pasture. And it really allowed the smaller rancher to be able to hold cattle to compete with some of these larger land baron ranchers. This day, 1890, Francis E. Warren resigns as governor. He had the job for just barely over a month, but he had to give it up in order to become Wyoming's first senator. He was the first governor, even if only for a month or a little over a month, and then became a newly elected senator from the state of Wyoming. On the same day, Amos Barber assumed office as governor in his stead. Barber was just 29 years old when he became the second governor of Wyoming. He was not elected, he was appointed. And there's many historians who speculate Barber wasn't really excited about the job either. In 1890, he was a surgeon by training. He came to Wyoming while serving in the Army. During his time in office, he was considered fairly ineffectual and kind of weak. He inherited that Johnson County War at the time and really did not take a definitive stance or action in that whole thing. In fact, there was some saying he sided with the large stockmen on that. He served out the term, never did run for re-election, Amos Barber. I think he returned to Minnesota. He returned to private practice, I know that, and I believe he returned to Minnesota, where he was from. This day, 1921, serious fire in Gillette, Wyoming, destroys several of the town's landmark buildings. As stated before, the Colorado River Compact entered into on this day, 1922. Speaking of Francis E. Warren, the senator, he died on this day in 1929. So the same day he resigned as governor of the state of Wyoming in order to become senator, he also died this day years later, 1929. At the time of his death, Warren had been a senator longer than any other person in U.S. history. He was also the last Union veteran to serve in the U.S. Senate from the Civil War, a distinction in his case amplified by the fact he was also a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor. This day, 1968, Expedition Island in the Green River, designated as a National Historic Landmark. The island is a park now in Green River, Wyoming, marks the location where Major John Wesley Powell began his expedition down the Green River and Colorado River in 1871. Fascinating book. Powell made that trip not once, but twice. And this is back when that land south of Green River, Wyoming, through all the way to the Gulf, as we just mentioned, the Colorado River, from the Green River to its confluence with the Colorado, and then onward through the Grand Canyon. That had never, there was very few white folks that had ever laid eyes on that country. Now, Powell saw it from a boat. It was too dangerous to get out of the river and get on land. In fact, he had a few people who quit his expedition saying they were going to walk home, and they never made it. Hostile natives. But a fascinating book. I read the book about his first trip down the Green River and Colorado rivers in 1871. It is fascinating stuff. 1990 this day, one of Wyoming's most infamous murder cases, 15-year-old Jamie Wiley shot and killed his stepmother, Becky, and his 3 brothers using a shotgun on all of them. He then set the house on fire. It was something the town community of Thermopolis will never forget. This day, 1990, 15-year-old Jamie Wiley shot and kills his stepmother and 3 brothers. Wiley was eventually sentenced to numerous life sentences. He actually escaped prison in July 30, 1995. 5 years later, he escaped the penitentiary in Rawlins and was loose for some 72 hours before he was recovered in Utah. He later would lawyer up and try to get his sentence reduced, a venture that failed in, I think, 2013-ish. This day in 2000, magnitude 4.6 earthquake occurred about 82 miles from Cody, Wyoming. Let's get into the Zoom room or the corral, whatever we're going to call it today, and talk to our weather guy, Don Day. It's the day weather forecast, Don. I'm hearing this week, certainly seeing some weather changes. I listened to a couple other weather guys. Accidentally, of course. You're the only meteorologist we need.
Sure, Jay. Sure, Jay.
From what I understand, we are certain about one thing as we move towards Thanksgiving weekend. It's going to be cold. The cold is coming. It's going to be significantly colder. Still, I think the models are not quite agreed on how much precip, because these resorts are waiting to get dumped on, and I still don't know what we're going to see as far as snow.
Yeah, what you have to do this far out is trend is your friend, as I always like to say. And one thing we're really confident about is the trend certainly is downward temperature, and a lot. And the trend is for snow to be returning to the mountains, and we're going to see some snow on the plains. But we're in a situation where if you were to say, well, how much am I going to get? I'm not going to tell you till we get a little bit closer. The thing with these Arctic fronts is they don't tend to be very wet. the air that's coming out of the Arctic is naturally pretty dry. Not like what you would expect, like with a spring storm. So with that said, yes, it's going to snow. Yes, the mountains and the ski areas are going to get snow. It's going to get cold enough that they can fire up the snowmaking in addition to picking up some new snowfall. I think ski areas are what they shouldn't expect this storm to do is bring the one big dump that they want to get everything back up to where it should be. But it's a process over the next 2 to 3 weeks that's going to be much more favorable for the high country to pick up snow in fits and surges. So we're shifting into winter without a doubt. It's going to lead to some travel concerns. Our travel concerns are starting as early as today and tomorrow with wind, and we are going to see some snow later today and tonight in northern Wyoming. Not a lot, but it's going to be a lot colder for a lot of you tomorrow and Wednesday as this first front goes through.
Yeah, we've seen that, like these Canadian cold fronts that move down, they don't pack a lot of moisture on their own, but they need to bump into something else, like some Pacific flow, some moisture.
Right, and that's gonna happen.
Okay.
And it's the question is how much of that Pacific air gets thrown into the mix. And, a lot of times the Arctic boundary will come in and you'll get a burst of snow, and then that dry Arctic air comes in. And then, you're single digits, you're sub-zero, but you're not snowing. And you have to basically wait for the next system going through. But to get there, to get back to where we need to be, get back into a pattern that produces the snow in the high country, it's going to be a process. We can't do it all at once.
No, but we are flipping a switch from what we've been having.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, for the first 2 weeks of November, definitely different. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast, and change is afoot. You better know it. Let's take a quick break. We'll get right back in here with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
I got some Thanksgiving week tidbits to pass along. As of last week, Data Assembly did some research as far as how much your Thanksgiving Day meal could cost. There's some good news. The price of turkey compared to last year is actually in a 2% decline. And this even with, the whole avian bird flu thing. And we heard how many flocks of turkeys had to be destroyed for fear of passing on avian flu. Even with all that, Data Assembly showed a 2% decline in the retail price of a 10-pound turkey. That's good news. It must be everything else in your Thanksgiving Day basket has increased in price, because let's say the average meal, let's assemble the average Thanksgiving meal, the 10-pound frozen turkey. Let's throw in 10 russet potatoes, a box of stuffing, cans of corn, green beans, and cranberry sauce. Total it all up, and you're looking on average, according to Data Assembly Market Research Company, a cost of $58.81. That's up 4.1% from last year. It's going to cost you a little more to put out the Thanksgiving Day spread this year, despite a little bit of a decline in how much it's going to cost for the bird. Everything else must have gone up. A basket of 11 Thanksgiving staples, including, as I mentioned, the frozen turkey, the potatoes, the stuffing, the cans of corn, green beans, and cranberry sauce, going to run you about $58 on average, 4.1% more than last year. Jim McGagna's supposed to be on today. We are 1 for 3 in our guest. I don't know where Jim is at. We were going to talk beef. Never mind turkey. We can talk turkey for Thanksgiving. We were going to talk turkey when it comes to beef and Wyoming stock growers. But let's move on to the other big event for Thanksgiving, and that's the Macy's Day Parade 2025. Everything you need to know about the 3-hour parade, when it starts, who's going to be on. It's aired on NBC since 1953. You know the tradition, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Not until Santa appears at the very end of the parade should you be allowed to begin the whole Christmas season. But everybody's jumped the gun there, especially Wade, who's got his house lit up in Evanston, blindingly so. Christmas music starting to make its way onto the radio and into retail stores. But once Santa appears at the end of Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, then you can officially start thinking about Christmas, beginning with the day after, known to Americans as both Digestion Day, when we have to digest that huge meal, and Black Friday, of course, which already has begun. I see Black Friday specials going on 2 weeks now. Anyway, the 2.5 march through the heart of New York City gets underway on Thanksgiving Day, and there's going to be some interesting performers in the parade. Performances from the Broadway cast of Buena Vista Social Club, as well as Just in Time and Ragtime. They're scheduled to appear in the parade. So too is a music performance. I'll be interested in this. Netflix K-pop Demon Hunters fictional girl group Huntress is going to be singing. It is the actual singing voices of the fictional girl group, and they'll be on a float. There'll be some new floats in the parade, a total of 6 new floats you've never seen before, including one that's should be what a marketing gimmick this is. One is from Stranger Things, whose 5th season of Stranger Things is out the day before Thanksgiving or the day after or day of. But a new float, a Stranger Things themed upside down invasion. It will be a unique float that will appear upside down as Stranger Things storyline. Perfect. 4 new big balloons will fill the sky on Thanksgiving Day. Buzz Lightyear, first time we've seen a Buzz Lightyear. Pac-Man will be in the parade. I'm surprised we haven't seen Pac-Man already. Shrek's onion carriage and Mario balloon. They'll all appear for the first time in the 2025 Thanksgiving Day parade. Also, music performances from the following. What a list. A slew of star-studded performances, including Busta Rhymes, Calum Scott, I like him, Sierra, Colby Calais, Debbie Gibson, remember her, isn't she like a one? She's maybe a 3-hit wonder. She had a short span there. K-pop Demon Hunters singers we talked about. Foreigner is going to be appearing in the parade. Yeah, remember Foreigner? Kevin DeGraw, Jewel from Alaska, Kool and the Gang. Man, we are taking a throwback trip in time. Lil Jon. I hope he's able to perform a family-friendly rap session. Lil Jon will be in the parade. Russell Dickerson, Shaggy of reggae fame. And boy, a whole bunch others. Going to be hosted on NBC by The Usual. I believe Al Roker is going to be there again. Savannah Guthrie, Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, Al Roker will be anchoring the broadcast along with Hoda Kotb. I'm not sure how you say that name. So 3-headed hosts for NBC and the 2025 Macy's Day Parade. The lineup features a total of 34 balloons, 29 floats, 26 performers, 11 marching bands from across the country, 4 balloonicles. Those are large balloons driven by vehicles. 33 clown crews, 9 performance groups, and 15 specialty units. Wow, 3 hours of Macy's Day Parade. And that's the way to kick off your Thanksgiving Day, right? Do the parade as you get the bird in the oven. Or are you putting it in an oven? Piper's going to be with us on the show a little later, and she'll talk about maybe alternative ways to prepare your turkey. Some of us like to fry it. But she'll talk about different ways to do the turkey, whether it's the tried and true oven, some tips on how to get the juiciest, best turkey. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Talking to Piper. And then, of course, football, Thanksgiving. And that all makes for a great Thanksgiving Day. Following day, of course, Black Friday. I had a story here, if I can find out what I did with it. Not a story, but a best Best Black Friday deals by retailers. Who really is offering the best Black Friday deals? And if I can find, I might have to take a commercial break to figure out what I did with it. Yeah. I think JCPenney topped the list just because they have to offer, they're running on fumes. They're on their last legs as a retailer. I think they topped the list. I'll find what I did with that right after this quick break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday edition. We'll be back right after this.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday edition, and David Jenkins joins us, president of Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. We're going to talk about changes. I don't know if they're proposed or they've actually gone through. We'll find out the state of these changes, but a federal proposal could leave taxpayers responsible for up to $750 billion in oil and gas cleanup costs. David Jenkins been working in the field in political science. I don't know what you would call the field, but you've been doing this for decades, David. This sounds concerning. When oil and gas companies get a lease to start drilling, they're also required, correct, David, to mitigate their operation when they're done. When they leave the land, they have to leave the land better than they found, or at least as good as they found it. Is that changing or proposed to change?
Well, that's a condition of their drilling permit. So any company that gets a lease and drilling permits, they have to promise that when they're done extracting all the oil and all the profit from the land, that they'll put it back the way it was. They'll plug the well and clean up. And a lot of companies do that just perfect and everything's great. but there's a subset of companies that they once they get to the end of that well's production, they try to find a way to skip out on that obligation, whether it's declaring bankruptcy or transferring the assets to a shell company or whatever. And then when they do that, that leaves you and me, the American taxpayer, on the hook for all those cleanup costs. So essentially, they take all the profit and then leave us holding the bag for the cost, and that's not fair.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It sounds almost akin to dine and dash. We all have these high hopes when we sit down at the restaurant to eat, but after we eat, the bill comes and we're like, oh, we don't feel like paying the bill after. That's weird. Now, what changes is the federal government considering for oil and gas cleanup funding? It's not enough that some companies that are maybe not as good as others are trying to shirk their obligations, but now they may be getting assistance from the presidential administration. What changes are being considered? What does it mean?
Okay, so up until last year, the bonding rates, the amount that they're required to post as a bond to, act like an insurance policy in case they do skip out, that amount had not changed since the 1960s. So obviously the cost of cleaning up wells is a lot more now than it was back in the 1960s. So the Department of Interior, under the past administration, increased those bonding amounts to better reflect what it actually costs to clean up a well, so that taxpayers won't be on the hook if people skip out. Well, which was great. It was long overdue, and it's fiscally responsible. That's one of the reasons we push for it. But the current administration has pledged to roll those back, and so go back to the 1960s level, which doesn't protect taxpayers. And given the increased amount of drilling and leasing and stuff on public lands, by our calculation, it could leave taxpayers on the hook for $753 billion. And when you get to that high, you're not that far from $1 trillion. And so whether you're looking at it from just simply taxpayer responsibility, it's bad news. If you look at it from a debt perspective, it's bad news. So there's nothing fiscally responsible about any of this.
Yeah, I'm sure the average American citizen didn't realize he or she is in the oil and gas business, but you might be. You might be asked to clean up on the tail end. David, the role
only the bad part, right?
Yeah,
you're not getting the profit,
right?
The cleanup cost.
You're not in you're on the whole downside, the upside down of it. Now, this rollback, and I'm thinking this is probably how you got to a number as startling as $750 billion. This rollback, lowering bond requirements, comes hand in hand with something we saw in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That was the opening of more than 200 million acres of public land to drilling. So we're drilling like never before. New leases going out there, and these leases with maybe the different numbers as far as the responsibility of mitigating your impact. Suddenly, you very could easily get to $750 billion. Now, what's behind the math, David? How'd you get there?
Yeah, well, we just went by the way the Governmental Accounting Office had figured their estimates for the bonding cost throughout history and how they've factored in. So you take the number of potential wells based on the amount of leasing and so forth, and then you assume a certain percent, can be orphaned the way this is, because, right now we have 130,000 of those things on public lands. And so it's not an uncommon thing. It's something that's happening rather regularly, because your big companies will, when the well starts producing less amounts of oil, they will then sell that asset to a smaller company that's often undercapitalized, and then they'll try to pawn it off somewhere else where, a shell company that goes bankrupt. It's like a shell game. So, you start doing all that math, and this is what we get. Hopefully, we'd have more good actors than bad actors in the industry, and we wouldn't get to this number regardless. But that's not been the historic situation. So it's a startling number. Just to give you an example, several years back, we did the exact same thing, and we came up, based on the level of drilling then, we came up with $15 billion. in potential cleanup costs. So that's the kind of scale difference that we're talking about, from 15 billion, which is bad enough, to 753 billion.
Yeah, we're talking to David Jenkins, President, Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. We're talking about what happens when the oil and gas runs out and a company caps its wells and walks away from it. Now, there are companies have done it right, and we've seen Wyoming responsible companies have really done it right, and you'd be hard pressed to tell there was a drilling operation there. But as you point out, there's also a bad incentive to walk away from it, and now made perhaps even easier with these rollbacks and requiring less of companies. Now, how does this get to be a taxpayer bill? When you think about a small medium operation, and then they cease drilling, and a local community might be on the hook for fixing up this land to put it back how it was, but eventually it all comes down to the taxpayer. I mean, governments don't have money. They don't make money. It's all ours. It's all taxpayer money that's going to mitigate these sites, right?
Yes. And, you're right. Some companies do it right. But the thing is when the ones do skip out on their obligation, it's the bonding that's supposed to protect the taxpayer. And if that bonding amount is way lower than the actual cost of the cleanup, it doesn't really protect the taxpayer. So I'm just, for us as a conservative organization, we're wondering, like, why would anyone who's even remotely fiscally conservative think that adding to the national debt and saddling American taxpayers with all this cleanup cost is anything other than a fiscal nightmare? It's basically if a company has a good record, their bonding rates are pretty cheap. So it's, we're talking pennies on the dollar. So if a company's lobbying the White House or whoever and saying, oh, this is going to be too much of a burden for us, this pennies on the dollar bonding, well, they're just basically admitting that they had no intention of cleaning up in the first place, because cleaning it up would actually cost them more.
Bonding, the numbers originally, as you said, some of these safeguards put in place in the 1960s probably don't make sense anymore. And if you're going to roll them back even further with this federal proposal, it's probably not nearly adequate. What do we have to do? I guess, make sure the bonding is financially, in reflects today's day and age, what it would actually cost to clean up, and the fact that these oil and gas companies, for the most part, making very good revenue while the operation is rolling. They should have to share some of that to clean up to clean up their sites when they're done.
Yeah, it's like you saying that you're going to have a $50,000 car, but you're only going to insure it for $10,000. Then, you have a shortfall of that. So trying to, push for these lower bonding amounts is basically doing the same thing, except, of course, the burden's on the taxpayer.
How can policymakers today protect these taxpayers and still support responsible energy production?
Yeah, it's not, the production, is the production, but just making sure that they do what they say they're going to do. If in order to get the permit, you promised, I'm going to plug and clean up this well when I'm done. Okay, that's your promise as a condition of getting that permit. So you can't go then on the back end and say, okay, I changed my mind, I'm just going to skip out. I'm not going to live up to that obligation, because you wouldn't have got the permit in the first place unless you promised. So all we're saying is you got to hold people to the promise. And if you can't, do it any other way, you just have to have a bonding amount that will protect taxpayers, like an insurance policy, that if they do skip out, that we're not the ones holding the bag, that the company who extracts all the profit and the oil and gas production, that they're the ones who cover that cost. You and I are not getting rich off of that particular well, so we shouldn't be the ones that have to shoulder the cost of cleaning it up.
President David Jenkins, CRS President. CRS is Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. and waving a warning flag regarding lowering bond requirements that would give oil and gas companies a free pass to walk away from billions in environmental liabilities, and that would shift costs to communities and eventually taxpayers. Where do we go to learn more, David?
Well, you certainly can go to our website, conservativestewards.org. We cover this on an ongoing basis. So when the proposed rule comes out from the administration to do this rollback, if they do what they said they were going to do, then people have an opportunity to, scream and holler and say, no, don't do this. So,
yeah.
But yeah, go to our website. That's the best place.
Is there still the ability to, get your electeds on the phone, your Congress people, and tell them you don't like this idea?
Most certainly. It's going to be something that the administration puts out as a rulemaking. They haven't done it yet. They've said they're going to, but they haven't actually done it. So when they enter that into the Federal Register, it opens up a comment period, and people have an opportunity to comment. But certainly bending the ear of your representatives, especially if especially you live in a Republican district or a state that's represented by Republicans that would have more cachet with the administration, letting them know that, hey, why would you be siding with the scammers over me, the taxpayer, and try to get them to put pressure on the administration to not go ahead with this kind of crazy plan.
Yeah, I mean, this should be common sense, even for, pro oil and gas energy folks in Wyoming. At the very least, we ask companies to, hey, go suck out the oil and gas, make your profit, but then you got to put it back, man. That's just environmentally sound. That's the bare minimum. David, thank you.
Yeah, you're taught to clean up your mess from being when you were a kid. So, it shouldn't be any different now.
Yep. True enough. Thanks for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great Monday.
Thanks for having me.
David Jenkins, president of Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship, and they're kind of whistleblowing this federal proposal that could leave taxpayers on the hook for up to $750 billion in oil and gas cleanup costs. This is something that the big drillers, oil and gas folks, should mitigate on their own. It's an inherent part of getting a lease to drill for oil and gas. You are bonded to then clean up when the operation is over. And for some sneaky bad actors, they like to walk away from those obligations. And then on top of that, you have a rollback, a recent proposal by the Trump administration that would ease the bonds up front and make it even easier for oil and gas companies to walk away from their environmental responsibilities. So good heads up from David Jenkins, and learn more on the website of Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. Thank you, David, for joining us this morning. We got more guests coming up next hour. Can't wait to talk to David Madison, Cowboy State Daily reporter. He's got some really interesting stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Also, we're going to get with Christo Liebenberg and talk about the USGS that recently, you may not have even noticed, added uranium to the U.S. critical minerals list. What does that mean? And why might it be a good thing for uranium mining operations, for nuclear moving forward, uranium? Yeah, we're going to talk about all things uranium with Christo. That'll be good. And then Piper's going to cook us up, whip us up a Thanksgiving meal like you can't believe. I'm already drooling over what she's got. Of course, we're going to do the basics, turkey, but we're going to look at different ways to cook it: grilling, smoking, frying, and then the purists who, shove it in an oven, how to get the best out of your bird. And we'll talk about that and all the side trimming, side dishes. What are some Wyoming-inspired Thanksgiving dishes? Things uniquely Wyoming, maybe a little bit of bison, huckleberry, chokecherry, local sourdough, how to fill out the rest of the meal after the turkey in a truly Wyoming way. And tips for how to prepare all this, especially at elevation. That tricks a lot of people, factoring the time it takes to cook this or that and do it at elevation makes a big difference. Piper will cut you off at the pass if you're headed for a kitchen disaster. She'll tell you how to avoid it or fix it if it's too late. All that coming up with Piper next hour on how to lay out the best Thanksgiving Day spread. Yes, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Thanks for making us a part of your day, whether you're taking in the product through YouTube. We're there. We got our own YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe while you're there. We're on Facebook Live, X Live, cowboystatedaily.com on the home webpage, live and archived. Or you can hear us at your favorite radio station around the state as we're syndicated across the great state of Wyoming. And whenever you're ready, listen to it on demand, run it back, wherever you find your favorite podcast platform. We're there too. Time for news. See you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. War Memorial Stadium in Laramie was electric on Saturday as the University of Wyoming retired Josh Allen's number 17 jersey. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson was there and describes how Allen punctuated his love for UW with a dig at the university's rival.
They bring him out to the 50-yard line. They show some of his clips from like his greatest hits from college, and then he gives some brief remarks, and then the crowd exploded twice. Once after his video concluded, and then after some of his comments, and then especially with the CSU comment.
Allen finished his speech by saying, "And it will always suck to be a CSU fan," referring to the Colorado State University Rams. Speaking of the historic day in Laramie as the University of Wyoming retired Josh Allen's number, fans came from all over to see the former Cowboys QB. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson reports there's a common theme to Josh Allen fans.
There's people from other parts of the state that have gotten to know him and followed him to Buffalo. And what everyone says is like many of the same things. Like he still knows his roots. He's a down-to-earth guy.
Tyler and Stephanie Spear of Laramie say they not only love Josh Allen for what he's done for University of Wyoming football and the state, but that he's a good role model for their kids. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A new research study says Utah's population will grow from 3.6 million people now to 5.6 million people by 2065. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that neighboring Wyoming, however, won't hit 1 million people for at least 170 years at its current pace of 0.4% growth.
The thing that's going to be driving growth in Utah over the next 40 years is jobs. It's migration. It's people coming to Utah for the economic opportunities it provides in a diverse economy. There are lots of industries that thrive in Utah.
Researchers with the Chem C. Gardner Policy Institute says Utah has several unique demographic characteristics that will determine its future trajectory. It's still the youngest state in the nation and has one of the highest average household sizes, with several fast-growing areas projected to continue their growth in the decades to come. Wyoming's rural EMS crews are struggling to keep their ambulances rolling amid staff shortages, aging equipment, and a $30 million annual funding gap. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that sometimes EMT workers have to adapt when the wheels literally are falling off during an emergency transport.
The movement now that's underway, and has been underway for a while, is to get them declared as essential workers, meaning that governments, cities, and counties would be mandated to provide them funding. Right now, they're just working with kind of bootstrap funding. They have to rely on donations, and a lot of times they have to go without and have to make the best they can with repairs to their vehicles and trying to bandage them to keep them working.
Now, the state is struggling to fill a $30 million annual funding gap to enable EMS agencies to survive. That's according to a report from the Wyoming Department of Health released in June. Jose Mendoza disappeared on a trip home to Casper 6 years ago after visiting his mother in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that he left behind mysterious clues that his sister believes points to someone harming him.
Carmen Couch, who is Jose Mendoza's sister, questions the last 3 transactions made on his bank account. Typically, those transactions he would run as a debit card using his 4-digit PIN number. So the last 3 transactions, which one was for gas on the night he was supposed to have returned to Casper, and again, it was run as a credit. Then his card was used 2 more times the following day in Riverton. Both of those were run as credit.
Jose Mendoza, who would now be 46 years old, disappeared in early May of 2019. About 5 months later, Mendoza's burgundy Subaru Forester was found abandoned more than 400 miles away on the Wind River Indian Reservation in October of 2019. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
you really like it?
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a love waiting.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know it's there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday. David Madison's here. D-Mad, what'd you do over the weekend?
Got the yard ready for some snow, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Last of the nice weather. I was in flip-flops all weekend.
Wasn't that nice? Mm-hmm. Yep, good move, because it looks like, that Arctic air. I don't know how much snow we'll get, but it's no more flip-flop weather. It's going to get cold. Just in time for Thanksgiving Day. You going to watch the parade? Do you do all that?
Thanksgiving Day, we have kind of our own thing here where it's called huffing for stuffing, where you go and run the 5K and work up your appetite.
No way.
People dress like turkeys. Yeah, it goes right by my house. So I'm going to run it this year, or at least walk it with the family.
Huffing for stuffing.
Huffing for stuffing, yeah.
All right. I like that. Let's see. Where do we start with you? Kenny Stabler. Speaking of Kenny Stabler, Oakland Raiders fired their offensive coordinator. Could have seen that coming. And they're not the Oakland Raiders anymore, Las Vegas. Right. But Vegas. The snake Kenny Stabler, left-handed quarterback back in the day of the Raiders. That's how I remember him, sort of a scrambling gunslinger kind of guy. I wonder how Wyoming radio legend Dave Montgomery remembers Kenny Stabler.
They were business partners. They worked together to bring celebrity speakers, athletes and coaches to big conferences and other, inspirational speaking events, keynote speaking events. This is before TED Talks. This is before internet influencers. You can, there's no shortage of motivational speaking on YouTube, right? But back in the late 80s, you actually had to pick up a phone and call someone and book a celebrity to come and speak at the annual conference of you name it. And so Dave found himself in business with Kenny, and they essentially combined the Rolodexes of their own and of their contacts. And Dave was reading off, he was going through his Rolodex as I was interviewing, Walter Payton, Tom Landry. And so Dave would be the guy that would call you up and say, hey, they want you to speak in Cleveland at this conference. It's $25,000 and you need to be there at this point. And Kenny Stabler was his business partner in that. So they wound up at celebrity golf tournaments a lot and hanging out. Kenny was, kind of he had moved on. He had transitioned from that grizzled, bearded look of the 1970s when he was really kind of an iconoclast for that. And he was shaggy the way Eric Clapton looked, or he kind of had that brawny man thing going. And then in the 80s, he sort of shifted to this white-haired shock of white hair, almost like Walton Goggins' character in what's it, the Righteous Gemstones, that HBO series, but he was still a man about town, always happy to entertain fans. And it was Dave's job to watch the Super Bowl ring. So inevitably someone would ask, hey, tell me about the ring. And Kenny would just take it off and hand it to whomever. And so it was Dave's job to watch that ring move around the bar and make sure it wound up back on Kenny's hand. And he took that job seriously. I mean, it was a task when you have maybe 100 people handling the thing. And of course they loved Kenny. So of course they weren't going to try and make off with this giant Super Bowl ring.
But Kenny Stabler seems to me to be like really irresponsible. Like he would totally lose that ring.
Yeah, he said he was. I know there was a line in there that, that he was a great speaker and a fun person to be with, but a terrible businessman. So I think it was Dave's job to do the details. And, we're just celebrating Dave. He's coming to the end of his legendary, literally Hall of Fame broadcasting career. His media properties in Cheyenne are for sale to the right person or company. He wants to, to have it passed on to someone who really appreciates Wyoming, wants to continue to invest in Wyoming. And so, it was nice catching up with him. He's a great storyteller. There was one story that didn't make it into this. I was taking my dogs for a walk this weekend, and I thought, I should have put that in the story. At some point, Kevin McKinney, voice of the Cowboys, told me that they were at a game. And again, Dave's the guy, he's the details guy behind the scenes, making sure the broadcast is going out. And he irritated somebody who threw a foot-long Subway sandwich at him. And Dave promptly unwrapped the sandwich and ate it.
Yeah.
And so I think it's sort of a devil may care. I'm going to do what I do and keep the sandwiches coming.
On the topic of football, let's keep that discussion going. Let's go to the Sheridan Broncs. We just found out they won their 5th consecutive undefeated season. They won another state championship, 55-game winning streak. And a lot of folks wondering, how do they do it, man? Through different players. Obviously, players aren't there for, more than 4 years. Some of them only for a couple. How do the Sheridan Broncs keep on winning? What's the secret ingredient?
One of the reasons I love college football is because it's so unpredictable. It's really hard to have young men. It must be even harder in high school to play consistently every week, right?
Yeah.
these guys have done it for 55 straight games. And so, yeah, I got on the phone with them, talked to Coach Mowry and his predecessor, who was a close friend, and his high school coach, Don Julian. And Don really turned this around by, thinking about how do you build a culture that allows for consistency, that values consistency, and create habits and attitudes that, where the side effect is winning. It's a common refrain among college football coaches or high school football coaches saying, this is really just about building young men. If we win, then that's just a side effect of that we're doing it right. And I think that they take that seriously, and it goes back to it starts in the spring. So the kids that were juniors this year, that are juniors this year, will be headed, into this leadership position. And so in the spring on Wednesdays, because they don't want to interfere with all the other school sports, there's only 1,000 kids there in Sheridan. They start a book club, and I think that is a way to have focused conversations and really put kids in a mindset that what you say and how you hold yourself and how you articulate ideas can really affect team chemistry. And then in that summer, I believe, before the season starts, they go off into the Bighorn Mountains and have a leadership retreat. And a lot of it's the stuff you've seen before, like trust falls and obstacle courses. And I remember doing this for a program in college where we were blindfolded and we had to lead someone through the forest, and they do that as well. And so, yeah, I thought it was fun to try and, drill down on the, stuff that's not the X's and O's, that's not the scheming or the game planning. It's about what's really going on in the minds and attitudes of these kids. And, it's just remarkable. I think just to be that consistent, and it wasn't easy. They had to come back against Campbell County in the regular season to win in the second half. And so it's not like they have some disproportionate pipeline to athletes, right? It's what they do with the ones they have. And anyway, cheering them on. And then, after I wrote that story, and I've covered them a little bit, they have a pipeline of players that come to Montana State here. My Bobcats, who won the Brawl of the Wild.
Yeah.
And who was the star? Dane Kuhn? Wait. I'm forgetting Dane Steele. Dane Steele was one of the stars, and he, he's a former Bronc, still has those habits, still doing great. And so, we love those. We love those inspiring stories.
I love that. Yeah, David Madison takes us under the hood and into the huddle of the Sheridan Broncs. And as David points out, it's not just a pipeline of these, talented guys. What do they put in the water there? It's really a all-encompassing way and how they're bringing up these players in the program through two different coaches now, through multiple players. This team just keeps on winning. 55 straight games in Sheridan. They're doing something right. Well, how about tacos for Thanksgiving instead of turkey? David Madison.
Yeah, I couldn't get some folks. I really wanted to talk. There's a new marketing director for Taco John's.
Oh,
and he's been there about a year. And it's now the corporate headquarters is in Minneapolis, but it's near and dear to lots of Wyoming residents. And I did speak to a franchise owner who is about to open up her 5th store in Casper. But I wanted to find out, what is this? They just made an announcement that they're working with this firm that really drills down on customer data to figure out how to retain customers, how to build your customer base, and really what they won't say out loud, but it's true, is how do they cut into Taco Bell's market share? And that's I really overthink this whole taco industry, I guess, but in the fast casual, or what are they, quick service restaurant, don't call it fast food, it's a quick service restaurant.
Got it.
In that world, Taco Bell is the gorilla in the room, and they have long tried to skew younger, while not losing quality. I think that they wanted, the price point, it's cheaper to eat at Taco Bell, and the national marketing skews to a younger demographic. So, I didn't get the data scientist on the phone that I really wanted to drill down and fully explain it to me. But basically, there is clarity in the numbers when you use these new, imagine AI powered analysis software that, the company's called Beaky, Bikky. They're based in New York City, and they're making a name for themselves in the quick service restaurant world by basically revealing patterns in the data that show that you really should keep that fish taco special going because it's bringing in new customers. You really should bring back the taco pizza because it raised market share and built your customer base. So yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting to see that. The Taco John's here in Bozeman has been. We have a taco revolution going on here. There are so many taco trucks now, and it used to be that Taco John's was the only place on 7th in Bozeman, and now there are like 6 taco trucks that compete with it. So yeah, it's a tough marketplace, and we wanted to again kind of get behind the scenes and figure out how hometown hero Taco John's is taking on the big bad Taco Bell.
Yeah, or I mean, Taco John's, it's tough. They're trying to take a chunk out of the business at Taco Bell, the industry leader, but then you got all these taco trucks, these food trucks. That's thing, but they remain totally relevant in the conversation and a hometown hero place. We love Taco John's in Wyoming, Montana, and I don't know the headquarter move spurred any of this stuff, whether it's this marketing data, but I'll be interested in keeping an eye on them, still calling them local. I think that's fair. And David, you make sure you eat plenty of Taco John's to keep us updated.
I don't know, man. Mr. Burrito is our local chain that has just exploded. That's where my lunch dollar often goes to.
Yeah, you're going to have to run it all off Thanksgiving morning.
Exactly.
While the parade marcher's going 2.5 miles walking under a balloon, David's going to be running.
At least walking. All right.
Huffing for
stuff. Have a great holiday.
Thanks, buddy. You too.
Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling on. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
Ready! We don't have time for spills.
Next. We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. On a Monday, we welcome into the discussion Christo Liebenberg. Christo, co-founder, president of LIS Technologies. We're going to talk about yellow cake. USGS quietly adds uranium to the U.S. critical minerals list. And, I mean, starting off, Christo, we don't know what that means. What does that mean? Sounds like good news if you're looking into uranium extraction, and then on down the line, if you're producing energy via nuclear. What does it mean for the U.S. Geological Survey to add uranium to the critical minerals list?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Yeah, nice meeting you. Yeah, it's very important. It triggers a whole set of advantages that makes mining uranium in the U.S. a lot easier. It's faster and much more attractive to investors. So it acts like flipping a switch that says, okay, everybody, uranium is important. And let's make mining in the U.S. now cheaper, easier, faster, and more predictable. So that is exactly what stimulates production.
So this new designation should streamline things like federal funding, new mines. We should see them pop up easier. But we know, Christo, that it's not just getting uranium out of the ground, off the ground. It's also processing. Is this good news on down the line? And U.S. needs to catch up with processing for sure.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So it does permit faster permitting, so way less red tape.
Yeah.
It gets priority in federal permitting. It gives you access to federal grants and funding, stronger market confidence, etc. But it also, by adding uranium to the critical minerals list, it's not just helping mining, it reinforces the entire U.S. nuclear ecosystem, because it boosts, indeed, uranium production. It strengthens the nuclear fuel markets. It enables SMR production, and it builds a strategic reserve for uranium.
And we know the demand for energy, whether it's derived from nuclear or whatever, but this critical mineral status is going to help when it comes to the new AI future. These data centers, they are so power hungry, and hopefully there to fill in the gap is these nuclear plants and uranium feeding them. That's going to be crucial moving into this AI era grid future that we're in.
Absolutely, yeah. So right now, the U.S. only produces 2% of its national needs. It has to import 98% of uranium from countries such as Kazakhstan, Canada, Namibia, and Australia. There's still some dependence on Russia for enriched uranium. But yes, because of data or AI data centers, it
it has given new purpose to the entire nuclear industry. The demand is so big, and the government saw this a couple of years ago, that they need to stimulate the U.S. nuclear fuels market and the whole nuclear industry. They've poured billions of dollars into the nuclear, just into enrichment alone. Our company, LIS Technologies, is one of 6 companies that's a beneficiary of this grant of $3.4 billion that the US DOE has awarded. But if you look at demand, today we have 94 light water reactors in the US, and they produce about 100 gigawatt of electricity. And President Trump earlier this year pledged to quadruple nuclear power by 2050. So we have 25 years to go from 100 gigawatt to 400 gigawatt, right? That's an extra 300 gigawatt. That means we need about more than 200 new light water reactors. It takes about 7 years to build one on average. So if we had to build them all in succession, it's going to take us close to 2,000 years to build 250 new reactors. We don't have 250 years, we only have 25 years. So it's a huge task at hand. It's going to be the sum total of not just light water reactors, but we have to bring online hundreds of small modular reactors, thousands of microreactors. That's the only way we have a chance to quadruple nuclear power by 2050.
It's making sense why late last week we saw USGS add uranium to a growing list of critical minerals. Obviously, we're talking about 2 converging pressures, global race for enriched uranium and a domestic electricity grid struggling to meet the explosive energy demand from data centers. Christo Liebenberg's with us, co-founder, president of LIS Technologies. So what does LIS do? You know, this is good news for LIS. What do you do? Give us a little bit of background about LIS Technologies.
Okay, sure. So LIS Technology, what we do is we enrich uranium. That's what our technology does. Now, there's different ways to do it. You can do it. The old diffusion enrichment plants are all obsolete now. They don't exist anymore. But that was used in the Manhattan Project way back in the 1940s, etc. But then came centrifuges, spinning centrifuges, and that's been the technology in use since the 1960s till the present day, is centrifuge enrichment. But then there's a 3rd generation enrichment technology, and this is using lasers. And laser enrichment has always been seen as the holy grail of enrichment. And here's the kicker. It's been around for more than 50 years, however, where they started laser enrichment research. And it's been tried by something like 26 different countries. And not a single one of those efforts, although it worked in the lab, not one of those have been able to scale it to a commercial facility. So LIS Technologies, what we're doing is we are bringing back a proven laser enrichment technology. It was proven back in the early 90s, but it got shelved due to geopolitics, and we can talk about that. But we're bringing that back to life in a phased approach in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and we're going to show that you can do actually laser enrichment on an industrial scale. And we plan to build a commercial facility before the end of this decade.
That Oak Ridge, Tennessee area, that is fast becoming a real hotbed for anything to do with nuclear power. Oh my goodness. So let me ask you, Christo, how does Wyoming uranium, who's sitting on the most uranium in the ground? What states in the West particularly, and how does Wyoming's uranium stack up? Is it pretty good? Is it something like, if you're in the enrichment business, you say, yeah, I want me tons of that Wyoming uranium. Who's got it? Who's got it? And are there various levels of quality?
Jake, I do not have a specific answer on that. All I know is that the U.S. only produces a fraction of what we need. We need to literally import our uranium. I know Texas has good quantities of uranium, as well as Utah. I'm not exactly sure where Wyoming fits into that picture. But we are certainly, to enrich uranium, we need feedstock. We need uranium in the form of a gas. So once it comes out of the mine, it has to be processed. It gets converted into yellow cake, and that yellow cake then goes to a conversion facility where it's converted into a UF6 gas. And so we are looking at getting our feedstock from, at this point, from abroad, from other countries, and while we are also looking at a domestic supply. So we are certainly in talk with domestic companies as well in the Utah and Texas areas.
So this announcement last week that the USGS has added uranium to a growing list of critical minerals, that's positive news. What, Christo, is not all good news, though. I imagine there's still barriers, there's still hoops you got to jump through, federal bureaucracy that gets in the way. You were talking about emerging technology from centrifuge to now laser, like how we enrich uranium. Is it? Are you finding that federal regulations are handicapping you in any way, or is it full speed ahead?
Well, even before uranium was added to the critical minerals list, I think the U.S. government has certainly stepped up its game in terms of the regulations. The presidential orders earlier this year from President Trump certainly has helped a lot to streamline the regulatory process. So before this year, it would take you up to 30, maybe even 36 months just to get the NRC to approve a license application, and it would cost hundreds of dollars per hour in this review time. They have now pledged to keep it to 18 months review time, and that price, the hourly rate has come down significantly as well to something like $140 per hour. So yeah, they are certainly committed, and they've pledged to us too personally that they are committed to stay within an 18-month review period.
Well, it hasn't been very long we've had this announcement, so I don't know if you've gauged any reaction, but you'd have to assume that private investors, there's going to be a lot of investment in this now. We're talking to Christo Liebenberg, president of LIS Technologies. Private investors, you expect that this is going to be good news? Is this going to get the money out of their wallets pretty quick here?
Yes, absolutely. You can mine all the uranium you want, but you need, at the end of the day, you need conversion and you need enrichment. And the U.S. needs to rebuild both mining, conversion, and enrichment. So, the critical minerals designation unlocks DOE cost-sharing grants, loan guarantees, and public-private partnerships. So more capacity leads to more secure fuel and more reactors in the long term. But it also signals market confidence for utilities, right? Because utilities want to sign these 10 to 15 years uranium supply contracts. And if domestic production is supported, then they're more willing to lock in these long-term deals and giving miners the guaranteed demand they need.
Well, U.S. has some catch up to do, but there's all indications we'll be able to close the gap here and get into the race for enriching uranium. The process been streamlined with the announcement that USGS has added uranium to the U.S. critical minerals list. That's good news for LIS Technologies and Christo Liebenberg, co-founder and president. Hey, thank you so much for coming on, Christo. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake, for having me.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. Thank you very much.
Cowboy State Daily Show moving along. Piper is going to be with us in 2 shakes, and she's going to tell us about the Thanksgiving Day spread she's got cooked up literally right after
winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to For news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so
Yay! Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Good Monday to you. It's Thanksgiving week. We're going to make a whole week celebration out of it. How about that? We're going to talking turkey with Piper in just a bit. And we're going to lay out a real nice spread for you. And we're going to give you some handy tips on just how you do that. And I'm sure I'm going to be made hungry by Piper. Piper, Thanksgiving means turkey for most of us. That's the staple. That's where we're going to start with turkey. Piper says, wait one moment while she texts a friend to let her know she's on the air. She'll figure it out. It's Cooking Wyoming, a replay, and Thanksgiving cooking talking turkey, starting with the bit. And there is good news about your turkey purchase. Supposedly, Piper, turkey is less expensive than it was last year. 2% down. Your average 10-pound turkey is 2% less than it was last year. That's good news. I don't hear you. Not hear you. No audio from you, Piper. You're not muted, so I don't know what it could be. I would knock that computer around a little bit. Yeah, just bang it. I like to bang it on the right side of the computer. One good shot usually fixes it. Piper's just left the scene. We're going to talk about, how to do that turkey. Best way to prepare it, whether you like to grill, smoke, fry, or, throw it in the oven. I chuck it in the oven.
You hear me now?
There you are. I hear you.
We did it.
You did it. Wow. Look at you, all tech savvy.
There you go.
Where do you want to start? I want to talk turkey's like the biggest. That's your feature item. I mean, you can have the greatest stuffing in the world, but everybody's going to be concentrating on that turkey, and they want to make sure you do it right. So there are different ways to prepare. Me, I shove it in the oven low. I put it in the oven, and I put it on like 200 degrees.
Low and slow.
Yeah, and I slowly increase, but I start off low. Is that what am I doing? Is that right?
It's not a bad technique. You can either do it low and slow or do it high and fast.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to watch your cooking time and watch your bird temperature. So you make sure you get it up to the 165 is your final. You don't want to cook it to 165, grab it out about 5-8 degrees beforehand and let it sit. The resting is the one step that people forget or bypass because they're rushing. But especially at altitude, you want it to rest 20 to 30 minutes so those juices just reabsorb back into the bird and keep it nice and juicy.
Really? So I'm missing out if I go to carving too soon, which I do. I got to admit, Piper, you got to let it rest. They always say that about red meat and turkey too, huh?
And people always say, oh, I don't need to let it rest. That's just an extra step. Cover it with foil to keep it warm. People think that the bird's or their food is going to get too cold. But truly that, especially at altitude, because we're so dry and the moisture content is so easy to destroy in the bird. But there's some great quick fixes to fix that and to kind of compensate for the dry temperature and the high altitude.
Interesting.
You want to hear?
Yeah, I do. When you mention like cooking at elevation, cooking at altitude, I was thinking like your cooking times, because we all know water boils differently, when you're up at elevation. I didn't think about moisture. Yeah. How do I keep moisture when my own skin is drying out up here in Wyoming?
I know. Well, you just mentioned cooking time. So your time is going to increase. You're going to, depending on the size of your bird, it's going to increase 15 to 30 minutes. Everything at altitude takes longer to cook.
Okay.
So it's the temperature that you want to get it to. So don't pay attention to cooking times entirely. Pay attention to the temperature of the bird. You want to get it to the 155, 160, and then pull it out and let it rest. If you pull it out before you get to that top cooking temperature, it's okay because the bird is still cooking in that 20 to 30 minutes. That's why you pull it out early. If you pull it out early, it'll still have that residual cooking time and it'll cook up to that internal temperature that you need. If you cook it to temperature, you're going to have a dry bird.
Yeah. Okay. So you should have one of those the thermometer that you stick in the bird, right? I mean, that's essential.
Sure.
Can you trust the old butterball pop-up thing when it pops out? You're ready?
Yeah, actually, you can.
Okay.
You can. I've never had it go wrong for me. I don't trust it, but I trust it.
Yeah.
Because I just double check it. I always have the backup. Okay. The temperature thing went up. I'm going to just test it and make sure. Just make sure. Put that thermometer in the bird and make sure it got up to temperature. But there's a couple of quirky things you can do to increase your the moisture of the bird. You can dry brine it, which is putting like a salt, sugar, herb kind of pack on the bird 24 to 48 hours before you cook it. And that will penetrate the bird deeply. It brings out all the juices and makes it really juicy. What else can you do? You can, this is a quirky one. Do you ever put things under the skin, between the skin and the bird and the meat to kind of give it flavor? One of the quirky things, because it has a higher flash point, burn point, is putting mayonnaise between the skin and the bird. It works. It's so much more moist, and at temperature, it kind of holds that moisture in. Kind of quirky.
Yeah.
And then you can, have you ever injected a bird? Taken a marinade and injected it?
I've heard it done. I've never done it. Is that safe?
It is. So you take a marinade, your traditional, whatever marinade you like that matches whatever you're brining or you're marinating or you're basting the bird with, and inject it into the bird. You could do it 24 hours, 12 to 24 hours before you cook it, and it will keep the moisture in there, which is kind of fun.
Everybody says, when you ask them, how do you do a better turkey? People swear by the brining. You talk about dry brining. Explain more what that is.
So dry brining is similar to dry rub, only it has more salt and sugar in it. It's kind of like if you've made jerky, it's that kind of a dry brine. And you just kind of pack it with it, put it in a bag or a container in the refrigerator. Always keep it in the refrigerator. Do not defrost your turkey outside. We do not have safe temperatures to do that. But do it in the refrigerator and overnight or over a couple of days. It may take a couple of days to defrost your turkey depending on the size of it. So the brine, you just pack it, put it in a container, whether it's a bag or a plastic container, and sit it in the refrigerator and just let it sit.
You bring up defrosting or thawing, as I call it, and sometimes we're in a bind. We get a frozen turkey and we don't have enough time. And my mom used to have the trick of putting it in cold water in the sink. I mean, what can you do to get a turkey? Can you cook a frozen turkey in the oven? What's the quick way to thaw?
You can. It takes about 50% more time, so just allow for that. So if you're putting it in frozen, if all else fails and you forgot to defrost your turkey, it's just going to take more time because it's got to melt the ice and it'll melt it. Do it the low and slow method. That way, you're cooking it. It is going to cook a little bit longer. So if it's going to, add 50% more time.
Yeah. I mean, it is the most popular question asked of the 1-800 Butterball. They have.
Is it?
Yes, it's the thawing, the defrosting of a turkey. They're like, oh my goodness, this thing is not thawing out as fast as I thought it would. Yeah, frozen turkey in the fridge. You're talking like days, 2-3 days for sure.
Was it your grandma or your mom? You said
my mom put it in cold water.
Cold water. Just keep changing. That is the fastest way to do it because when you change the water every half hour, it accelerates the defrost time. So that is the quickest way to do it. But one thing you need to look out for when you're doing the defrost, people forget to get the ice out of the cavity of the bird, and that messes up their cooking time because they're not anticipating that extra time that they need to have it ready.
Yeah, now
Make sure you remove the ice.
We're speaking a lot to the oven purists, how you prepare a turkey, but a lot of folks do it unconventionally, different, grilled, smoking. Some people love the magic egg. They put it in their smoker and then frying. I've tasted really good fried turkey, but I'm afraid to do it myself because it's practically hazardous. You want the fire department on speed dial. So what are other ways to do turkey?
Exactly. I know, especially in Wyoming, because Wyoming and wind means have the fire department on speed dial is right. It's a great exercise for our fire chief. There's some tricks there. I'm frying my turkey this year for the first time. I've never done it. Always wanted to. So there's some safety rules when you do that, especially in Wyoming with the wind. Make sure you've got it like on a broad area that is not anywhere close to a building.
Yeah.
Like it's concrete or gravel or sand. Make sure there's some sort of wind barrier from the direction in which the wind will be coming that day somehow. And then the thing with the frying is test out your vessel that you're putting the oil in beforehand. Fill it with water, drop your turkey into it, let the water all dispense from it until you get to the point. See where that line is, where your fryer oil should be, and mark it when you take your turkey out. Now you know how much fryer oil to put in there when you put the bird in. Well, after you've got it heated and you put the bird in, it's not going to overflow and cause that crazy fire. So there's just some safety.
Yeah, factor in displacement, do a little bit of math. Now, can we put a frozen turkey in the fryer? I hear that's when the explosion happens, right?
No, water and oil and water never mix. Never. That rule stays.
All right. Good point. Okay, so enough about the turkey. I think we got a handle on that. Side dishes.
Oh, but there's a really quick way, though, Jake. One more way to cook turkeys. The quickest way to cook it. So if you're running short on time, have you ever heard of spatchcocking?
No.
Okay, spatchcock is real easy. I do it a lot with chicken. What you do is you remove the backbone of the turkey and you flatten it. You break the breastbone and you flatten it. And you put it on a sheet pan. It's really great on the grill. That's when your smoker or your grill comes in handy. And it cooks in half the time.
Interesting. Okay. Good tip from Piper. We're talking to Piper Fenimore and how to do the best Thanksgiving Day spread, beginning with turkey and extending out to side dishes. Yeah, especially uniquely Wyoming side dishes. What do you got cooked up for us? What would you suggest? Smashed potatoes, stuffing, and then what else?
Well, there's a lot of Wyoming kind of centric things you can do to kind of make it local. I'm making a bison sausage and sage stuffing for Thanksgiving this year. I just think it's fun. It's a breakfast sausage. I'm combining just a traditional sage sausage and then a spicier sausage just to give it a little zing, adding a lot of sage. It's just, bison and sage. It's right there out on the plains.
Oh, yeah.
And a sourdough bread. So kind of a bread base in it. Just kind of fun. So just play with it in terms of what you want to do with your stuffing, but I like the local. You could do choke cherry and cranberry sauce as a complement to your turkey. Add a little choke cherry, which is fun. They're both kind of tangy, or you could just do choke cherry in general, because I think choke cherry has such a delicious flavor. It's so similar to cranberry, but it's so Wyoming. So go local. You could do what do you call it? A sweet potato casserole and put huckleberries on the top of it. Oh, that would be fabulous. Just go with it. Have fun. Be creative. There's some fun things that are kind of quirky here in Wyoming, and doing a Frito-based stuffing. That would be kind of silly and fun. I saw that as one of a popular thing. I'm like, wow, that's kind of clever, silly, and fun.
Yeah.
There's always those Jell-O casseroles. The green Jell-O casserole still lives. We're actually having a Jell-O casserole that I'm really excited about. It's a cranberry Jell-O mold, and it's been in the family forever, and I'm so looking forward to it. So just nice and simple cranberry Jell-O. A little bit of sour cream. It'll be fabulous.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Let's talk about fixing disasters. Sooner or later, if you've been doing this for enough years and decades, you're going to overcook the turkey. Like, what can you possibly rescue an overcooked turkey?
Yes, you can. So if all else fails, first of all, just let your turkey cook. You don't have to babysit it. You really don't. Basting is, you can, but it's not necessary. Just let it cook. If you get distracted because there's people everywhere and there's side dishes that you're making, you're doing a lot of juggling, let other people help you. Don't try and do it all yourself. That's one way to make sure that your bird doesn't get overcooked, so you can really focus on it. But if it does happen to get overcooked and dry, slice it and add broth, or add a combination of chicken broth and butter, and just let it kind of sit in that. That's what we do in the culinary industry anyway. When we put something out on a buffet, it's sliced, and then you add chicken broth, turkey broth, and some butter into it, and it just adds back in that moisture and that fat to keep it moist. No one will know the difference.
Some of us are going to be preparing a Thanksgiving meal for somebody else, or we have to transport it, especially during cold Wyoming. How do we get it to grandmother's house and still have it warm, hot? Is that even possible?
Oh, it sure is. So, we've got these great tools. We do a lot of camping. We do a lot of moving things back and forth using our coolers in the summertime. Well, your cooler is an insulator. Just don't put ice in it. Take your hot dish, hot out of the oven, wrap it in foil. You're going to wrap it in another layer of insulation. So get a nice towel or a blanket that will fit nicely, just a light blanket or towel. Put them in the cooler. Shut the cooler. It's going to keep it hot. Whatever temperature it's at in there, it'll transport hot and get there relatively hot, depending on how far you have to go. And then throw it back in the oven when you get there just to warm it back up. That's the best way to do it. So it's going to keep the hot in as much as it's going to keep the cold out.
Put that Yeti to use during the winter.
Use that Yeti.
I like it. One last thing, Piper, as we're running up in our last minute and a half here. So what about just different outside the stuffing box thinking for Thanksgiving? What would you do if you were going to reinvent the whole meal? Or what are some of the oddest things you've seen on the table for Thanksgiving? How do you do it differently?
So here in Wyoming, we've got so many wonderful things to think about. Instead of doing turkey, why not do an elk roast?
Okay.
Do an elk lasagna. You can do bison meatballs. Take it outside of the box and use what we have here in our local area. Again, that Frito stuffing, that's wild. Outside the box stuffing. I've done all sorts of different stuffing versions with cornbread, with different kinds of breads, depending. I'll just pick an area of the world and say, oh, let's make it with kind of Italian theme on it. I've even done beef Wellington for Thanksgiving, just to be completely different.
Yeah. Just to be contrary, to be just showing off your culinary skills. Piper joins us for a special edition of Cooking Wyoming. It's, of course, Thanksgiving week, so we got to get that. Be thinking about getting that bird right now in the fridge if it's frozen.
Right? Get that rubber brine on it. Get it going.
And they're so big they don't fit in the fridge, and I like to put it outside. But you're like, no, there's too many fluctuations in temperature.
Yeah, the temperature fluctuates too much. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not worth it.
I hear you. Hey, thanks for coming on. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Jake.
I'm sure your meal will be a rousing success. It's time for news. We got to do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Jose Mendoza disappeared on a trip home to Casper 6 years ago after visiting his mother in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that he also left behind mysterious clues that his sister believes points to someone harming him, and she refuses to give up the search.
Carmen Couch, who is Jose Mendoza's sister, questions the last 3 transactions made on his bank account. Typically, those transactions he would run as a debit card using his 4-digit PIN number. So the last 3 transactions, which one was for gas on the night he was supposed to have returned to Casper, and again, it was run as a credit. Then his card was used 2 more times the following day in Riverton, once again for gas, and at a smoke shop. Both of those were run as credit. She said he never ran that card. It was always debit. So she questions whether or not he actually used that card.
Jose would have been now 46 years old, disappeared in early May of 2019. About 5 months later, Mendoza's burgundy Subaru Forester was found abandoned more than 400 miles away on the Wind River Indian Reservation in October of 2019. A Wyoming radio man has had a wild ride in his career, but none more interesting than his time with NFL Hall of Famer Kenny Stabler. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that with Stabler, Dave Montgomery witnessed some crazy things in the last days of a pre-cell phone golden age.
Kenny Stabler, that bearded icon of 1970s NFL. He was a hero for the Oakland Raiders, took him to a Super Bowl, and would wear the ring wherever he went. And it was Dave Montgomery's job to keep an eye on that ring as soon as it came off Kenny's finger, because he was the kind of celebrity that if you asked him about his ring, the first thing he did was hand it to you. Dave made a point of describing how he would see the ring come off at a place like Jackson's Hole, classic bar in downtown Denver. He remembers seeing the ring come off and then travel through maybe 150 different people. And he was tracking it the whole night, just watching it.
Besides working with one of the most colorful QBs in NFL history, Montgomery spent the better part of 5 decades building a Wyoming media empire. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Anyone who pulls up to the Clear Creek Wood Bank at 97 U.S. Highway 16 East in Buffalo during the 2 to 4 p.m. window on Tuesdays will get a free allotment of split wood from the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that for some, this means the difference between having heat or not for the cold Wyoming winter.
One of the guys, a logger, said that probably about 2/3 of the people in that region have wood stoves. So one of the founders, she's a forester, she started this wood bank, had the idea. She was working with a food bank and saw, hey, people that also need wood, because she had split wood being stolen from her house in downtown Buffalo. They had a split wood fence, and so people were stealing it to use it for firewood. So she said, hey, there's a need for a wood bank. And so they started that in 2022. Since then, it's grown.
In addition to nearly 40 adult volunteers who help with cutting, stacking, and filling people's vehicles with wood on Tuesdays, there are also students from the local Christian school and the New West High School in Buffalo who regularly come and help. Wolves have been stealing bait from underwater crab traps in British Columbia, which some researchers claim amounts to tool use. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some Rocky Mountain wolf experts say, yes, it's impressive behavior, but it's a stretch to call it tool use.
So I ran that past a couple of wolf experts here from this region that have had a lot of experience with wolves, and they were like, that's clever, but does that equal use of a tool? They said, nah. It shows, wolves are adaptable.
Wolf expert Rob McIntyre tells Cowboy State Daily that there have been some legitimate examples of tool use among wild animals. For example, legendary primatologist Jane Goodall documented chimpanzees using sticks to catch and eat insects. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday, kicking off Thanksgiving week. So great to have Piper on to teach us how we're going to make Thanksgiving meal. I would take advice from Piper. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, best ways to prepare the bird. Best methods for fixing things when you've already messed it all up. Yeah. Go back and run that back. That interview segment we just had with Piper Fenimore, and maybe pick up some tips. Dale, Killingback joins us. Dale, do you know your way around the kitchen when it comes to preparing the Thanksgiving meal? Are you the turkey guy?
I am not, Jake. I apologize.
Not at all, huh?
I've never lifted my hand for that. So
yeah, right. Somehow it magically appears on the table. Yeah, I'm bad. I mean, I might be asked to carve it. But Piper advises let it rest. Boy, we hear that all the time about letting your meat rest. She said, let that turkey rest 20, 30 minutes. I never wait that long before I'm in there carving away.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever waited that long. I mean, everybody's waiting to eat, right? So
yeah, that's the longest 20 minutes ever. Your story about the wood bank in Buffalo is going bonkers on the Facebooks. It is the most popular, most engaged and commented on. And yeah, people just love it. It resonates, especially this time of year when we're giving thanks and we're, reaching out. This folks in Buffalo, they're kind of known for being just a generous community that look out for each other. I love this innovative wood bank in Buffalo that you featured, a Clear Creek Wood Bank. It's popular.
Yeah, and it's such a cool story. I mean, and I was surprised really that many people, it makes sense, but that many people would have wood stoves, because in Casper here, I don't know how many people have wood stoves, but we don't have the kind of wood that they'd have available up there. So yeah, I think it's just a great community, taking care of community story.
Yeah. People love the story and it is resonating across the board. How long they've been doing this? Long, like decades worth?
No, they've been doing it since I think it was 2022 is when they started. And it came out of one of the leaders that had led the food bank, and she just saw a need, was thinking about, and she said she thought it was a Wall Street Journal article about a wood bank in Vermont or someplace out there. And so she had that idea, and she also said that they had a fence in Buffalo where they lived that they made out of split wood, and people were stealing their wood, to use in their wood stove. So she knew there was a need in the community. And so that's kind of what they one of the loggers there, he hired some guys, they got some logs off the mountain, they cut them up, and the first time they did it, there was a lot of demand. And so they saw that, veterans, seniors, people that widows, that's the target audience, and there's a lot of people in need. And what also surprised me was that people are coming from like KC, north of Sheridan. It's like a big region where they're coming to get their 1/7 cord of wood every Tuesday.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, they haven't invented the wheel. This is done in other communities. On the Facebook post of this story, you see many commenters saying, yay, we do this in Utah, we do this here, and it's just good to know. Real heartwarming story. I guess the first indication that people really need firewood is the fact that your neighbor's stock might be in your yard because somebody took the fence down and is burning it in their wood stove. You're like, we might have a need here.
Yeah.
Great story. Hey, what about this Wyoming history? This CIA informant who survived 14 years in a Cuban prison. We're talking about Wyoming rancher Lawrence Kirby Lunt Jr., Larry Lunt.
Yeah, to me, that was just a fascinating story about a guy that was World War II vet. And then his dad was kind of a famous psychiatrist on the East Coast. And then his dad, after World War II, bought a ranch in Wheatland. And after he got out of the service, he came out here, started ranching with his dad, loved ranching, loved Wyoming. Then he got called back to Korea. And after Korea, he came back, but then his dad sold the ranch in Wheatland. And so he was looking for a ranch, gets married to a Belgian woman, and is looking for a ranch in different places. And his wife's family, go along. There's this ranch in Cuba that they buy. And so he goes down there and gets harassed by the Batista regime, which was in power back then. And then when Fidel Castro comes in power, they've got this 5,000 acre ranch that's kind of by where the missiles and things were, where the Russians were putting them. He gets recruited by the CIA and starts becoming an informant for the CIA during that time.
Dang, he looks every bit I don't know.
Yeah, he said, he didn't go into it, he did it voluntarily. He was thinking about, I'll be a spy. And apparently, there's not a lot of information, but you can, in his book he wrote afterwards, he wrote a book 10 years after he was imprisoned, and he alluded to going to training at a house outside of Alexandria, Virginia. So apparently he was taken, back to the States, went through some training, and then he was taking photos, and he was recruiting people for the CIA in different places in Fidel Castro's government. And then in 1965, when he tries to leave the country, he gets arrested and goes through this whole 14-year ordeal of dealing with Cuba's prison system.
Lawrence Lunt. Yeah, what an interesting character in history. And he was way more involved than I thought. I thought maybe as an informant, as a ranch owner in Cuba, he would at least for the U.S. be like eyes on. He could verify certain things that the Castro regime was doing, but they really used his espionage skills. Man, what a guy. Where did he came home to the U.S. though eventually?
Yeah, when he got out, his kids were basically grown, and his wife was living with her parents in Belgium. So he went to Belgium. And then they moved. A couple of years later, they came and bought a house in Tucson, Arizona. But his brother, who was also a well-known doctor, had bought a ranch in Saratoga. And so he started coming to Wyoming again and would spend like 2-3 months a year down in Saratoga on his brother's ranch. So he kind of split time between Tucson, Arizona, that ranch in Wyoming, and also Belgium.
Super interesting story. Wyoming history. CIA informant survived 14 years in a Cuban prison. Larry Lunt Jr. Yeah. Very interesting story. Well, that's good stuff. Thanks, Dale.
Hey, thank you.
Have a fantastic Thanksgiving.
You too. Don't eat too much turkey, Jake.
I know. I probably will. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake moving along here on the final hour on a Monday. Mac Watson will be here shortly. Until then, you know what? We ought to road. We haven't had a chance yet to rodeo. Let's see what Will Rasmussen is doing. We're getting very close to the Super Bowl of rodeo, the NFR, coming up very soon. Let's see what the Western Ag Network's doing about rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Good to have you along. A news story has been developing over the end of last week and over the weekend concerning the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo, more specifically the National Finals breakaway roping, the Benny Binion's bucking horse sale, events held at the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We'll talk about that story when we come back.
Ranchers, get ready. A dynamic and productive set of bred females is headed your way. December 2nd marks Sunline and Lane's 10th annual cattle sale at Billings Livestock, Billings, Montana. Selling 1,100 bred heifers, including F1 Black Baldies and Black Angus AI to leading Angus sires. 600 come in 3-year-old bred cows. Also selling 400 Angus Heart of the Herd Foundation females. Some of the very best genetics in the entire cattle business. For all the details, visit northernlivestockvideo.com.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
The Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and the Women's Professional Rodeo Association released a joint statement Friday, November 21st, regarding the postponement of the 2025 National Finals breakaway roping due to the ongoing outbreak of equine herpes virus. The PRCA and WPRA have received notice from the venue regarding the 2025 National Finals breakaway roping, the PRCA permit challenge, and the Benny Binion bucking horse sale out of caution and the November 21st stringent biosecurity guidelines. The events will not take place on December 2nd, 3rd, or 4th at the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa in that particular arena. Potential dates and venues are being explored to host these events. The PRCA, WPRA, and Las Vegas events are continuing to monitor the situation and have announced updated equine guidelines coming into Vegas in the National Finals Rodeo. Something tells me we have not heard the last of what's complicating things there in Vegas. We'll keep you up to date right here on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Boy, that's a huge news development, breaking news in the NFR. It is the deadly equine virus they're talking about. Cowboy State Daily had that article as well. November 21st, Andrew Rossi wrote how Wyoming horses have been exposed to the outbreak of the deadly equine virus. 4 states confirmed they have cases of this as well. Colorado, Cheyenne, Casper, Wheatland, there's been horses testing positive, and the equine herpes virus, EHV1, EHV4, very deadly, very serious stuff. I know they've had some cancellations of events. High school rodeo, for instance, Utah events have been canceled. Serious business. Stay at home with your trailer is basically the advice from veterinarians around the region. That is some serious stuff. Read the story from Andrew Rossi, and you see its effect already on the Nationals' final rodeo. We'll be right back with Mac Watson on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Welcome to the Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's the Monday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show in a Thanksgiving week, and let's get Mac Watson in here. Toot sweet. Mac, what's happening?
Hey, that's a phrase I haven't heard in forever. Jeez.
You never
Boy,
know.
certain people of a certain age have no idea what you just said.
Well, they'll have to catch up.
You'll have to Google it.
I'm not going to dumb it down for our audience. You've got to rise to my level of my linguistic abilities. What do you usually do for Thanksgiving? Are you pretty standard, like Macy's Day, Thanksgiving parade, the big turkey feast, and then football? Is that how you roll, or what do you do?
I don't do the parade because the coverage is insipid, and I just cannot stand. And I cover parades. I've done the parade here in Cody the last 3 years, but I do it very differently. Let's throw it over to Hoda. Hoda, you've got a big turkey over there. No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
It's so but you know what? I like to watch that because that's what we do, Mac. I just like to watch somebody navigate through that. I know they're like brain dead. They're like, oh, how did my agent get this gig for me again this year? Like, But I really appreciate the professionalism of hosting a parade on TV. And
the funniest one, do you remember when Will Ferrell and Molly Shannon did a mock but real live parade coverage a number of years ago?
No.
It was kind of like a Ron Burgundy thing that he had a costume. He had like a bald cap on, and he wore little granny glasses so he could read. And Molly Shannon was some kind of like Kathy Lee Gifford knockoff. It was funny, but I got to tell you, the old ladies in Minnesota, I'm sure they didn't appreciate it because they actually put it on NBC, or I don't think it was NBC, but it was the Thanksgiving Day parade, I think, or the Christmas parade. So it was real.
Yeah.
But they put it on a network that you wouldn't expect, like Hallmark or something like that. It was hysterical, but you had to be in on it. If it was just this guy and this woman doing the parade, but I loved it.
So it was kind of like the Manning cast of a football game, like the alternate.
Yes.
That'd be fun.
So to answer your question, I mean, we're not doing turkey this year. We do turkey every other year. We're doing a prime rib. And by the way, I don't know whether you know this.
Mm-hmm.
Costco in Billings is sold out of prime rib because one person came in and ordered 500 pounds of it.
Hey.
And they can't get enough in for Thanksgiving.
Wait a minute. Who is this? Like the toilet paper hoarding that the pandemic caught? Like,
that's exactly what I thought.
What the heck?
For real, we don't.
Wow. There should be a max on what you're allowed to shove in your shopping cart. Wow.
I guess. But if you're Costco, sure, take it all. You know?
Right.
You're going to pay for it,
So you got ahead of that. You're good to go with your prime rib, but everybody
we're
else
we're getting a slightly different cut. Yeah. It's not going to be the prime rib. It's going to be a slightly different cut, like a ribeye. But But we're gonna do beef. We do turkey every other year, and then we usually have my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law over. And I watch football now on my phone. I watch it on my phone. We don't watch it as TV because my kids could care less about sports. My daughter only likes Formula One racing, and my son only likes Minecraft. So we don't watch sports in this house. So Dad has to go down into his man cave and watch at least a little bit of one game because I know within like 15 or 20 minutes, Dad. And then I have to go upstairs and I have to help do something. So it's kind of like sporadic. I catch a little bit of the game here. I catch a little bit of the, over here, but I make sure I gorge myself when it's time to eat. So that's always a good thing.
So wait a minute. Let's rewind to the part about your daughter and Formula One racing. The wife and I recently spent some time with a couple of teenagers, and they are all into Formula One racing, and they love these. There are two young kids. They're barely old enough to drive, Mac. These curly-headed, cute boys, and they're running 200 miles an hour, and they can't get enough of these kids. Is that what drives it? What's going on?
So this is a doctoral thesis if somebody's getting their sociology degree. My daughter stumbled upon a driver, an F1 driver, Italian driver, on Pinterest. Now, she's not allowed to have social media. We do not allow her to have social media. So, of course, what does she do? She goes to her friends and says, can you look this up? So basically what F1, and this is just my opinion. I don't have any dog in the fight. I don't know I can't back this up. But F1, what I've noticed, they have got their social media marketing down cold. And what you have are these good-looking dudes, like you said, going 200 miles an hour, and they're dating gorgeous women that have all these high-end cosmetics, jewelry, dresses, blah, blah, and they put it out there. And so it's this fantasy life that my daughter has gotten sucked into. But I will tell you this. She knows every driver. She knows every race. She can tell you the layout of every racetrack. She keeps a notebook of every race and writes down all the statistics, and will sit there and will start screaming, oh my God, he got P1, he got P1, which means position one. So she knows she's not just, I date hockey players because they're hot. No, she's not like that. She will argue that Haas should be wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
That Ferrari is the only team that is good enough for her attention. But also McLaren, they're a pretty good second. I mean, she can tell you a good, solid argument about who's the best racer and why.
So it starts off with a cute face, and Google Lando Norris, for instance.
But
it's a deep dive into the sport. There's something about that generation, Mac, that does that. I mean, these two kids I know, I got a niece that's similar. They go way hard on whatever it is, and it's F1 because of their marketing. Holy cow.
Right, because they've tapped into this social media, and I call it a fantasy world. She'll call it like high fashion. That they're at every event. They know how to take pictures of certain things. I mean, everything they put out is gorgeous. That's the only way I can describe it. It's not, hey, look, I'm eating this, for dinner, or isn't my dog cute, which is most of the stuff you see on social media. It is a highly produced, slick production all the time. So she's constantly getting this stuff fed. Even though she doesn't have social media, she still finds this stuff. And, this one supermodel named Alex, I think, Alexandria or something like that, who is just absolutely gorgeous, is going out with, she's going to kill me if I don't know his name, but they are the it couple, and they have a little dog, one of those little French bulldogs. So he's in every photo, he's in every picture, and young people eat it up. They really, especially women. Or young girls, I should say.
Yeah. It's not Alex Earl, is it? The influencer who's on Dancing with the Stars? No. Okay.
No, I'm gonna have to ask her, and she's gonna kill me because I try to listen as much as I can, Jake. And you know this, Jake. You know, you try to listen as much as you can and retain as much information. But between that and Minecraft with my son, I don't. You know, if I have to like keep something in my brain,
yeah,
I'll lose the ability to drive a stick shift. I only have so much bandwidth.
Yes.
I can't retain everything my kids tell me.
Yes, and I do not want to remove like Kenny Stabler's stats
There you go.
as a quarterback for the Raiders
There you
in
go.
order to put in this new F1 information, like
Right.
who's dating who. But
Right.
it is a real thing, as Mac's daughter can confirm. It's like, you know, NASCAR is the bootleggers and rum runners of the Southeast, but F1 is like the glitzified version of car racing, you know, gone glamour.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Dang.
And she will tell you why she doesn't like NASCAR. She will tell you the strategy that NASCAR uses versus F1 and the difference. We went to Las Vegas over the summer for vacation because that's one of the only F1 tracks in America. There's only 3 tracks in America: Austin, Miami, and Las Vegas.
Oh.
So we went to Vegas to kind of dispel some myths, if you will, about Vegas for my daughter. But we went to the F1 experience, and she was talking to the guy that ran the F1 experience like she was 35 years old, had recreated, like she was asking him questions that I swear to God, he looked at her like, who is this kid?
Yeah. I
you know,
love
because
that.
she just sucks in it. Well, I mean, I guess we're all kind of like that. If we're really into something, we just suck in all this information. And she's talking to this grown man, this guy in his 40s, about the F1 experience, which is the simulator. You can sit in a car and simulate driving or whatever. And she's like, I don't want this. I want the other track. And I want this. And can you get me this? And he's like, how do you know all this stuff?
I am fascinated with this whole, I don't know how this happened. Neither do you.
No.
But that is so cool. We got to have her on. She'd be more fun.
I mean, again, I don't encourage, how do I put this? I support, but I don't force. So I don't force, you know, my love of the band Rush on her. You know, she's not interested. I don't force, you know, my love of guitars on her. You know, she's not interested. But if she's interested in something, I'll support it. But she does these deep, deep dives that I'm just like, I don't know how you have the time or the brain retention.
No,
she just knows everything.
You can't even keep up with the dinner table conversation of F1.
Oh, no.
In 2 seconds, she's going to be so far in it. You'd be like, I don't know.
Right.
Please stop.
But I'm learning, though, and we can use this. I mean, this is kind of like inside baseball. Between her knowledge of F1 and the social media aspect and her knowledge of pop singers and their use of social media, I'm learning about all this stuff on how to promote Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah.
You know, what do young people like? What do they look for? How is it presented? How slick is it, kind of thing? So basically I have to leave my wife, start dating a supermodel from Italy. And then I need a photographer and a cameraman to take all these pictures of me and then put it up on social media in order to promote Cowboy State Daily. Because that's what they do.
It's the new way,
Everything
Mac.
is so professional.
Yep. It is the new way. Hey, did you see Josh Allen in Laradice right out there in midfield, and what passed for football before and after he showed up at halftime? That was that game.
That, you know, I wasn't there. I didn't go to Laramie.
Yeah.
But I did talk to the reporter, Anna Louise Jackson, who just an incredible reporter. The main theme that I heard was that Josh Allen is just a nice guy.
Yeah.
In a world where we often hear about people who aren't so nice or maybe have a little too much of themselves involved in whatever, Josh Allen is just, as one person said, he embraced Wyoming when he was here. He's embraced Buffalo that he's there. He hasn't forgotten his roots. And I'm like, his roots are in like mid-California on a farm.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, that's why we like him. That's why we like him.
Yeah.
He's down to earth, and he doesn't act like Baker Mayfield. He doesn't act like, Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't act like, Tom Brady. And it's really interesting because again, there's another doctoral dissertation for somebody in psychology. How do you reach the level that these quarterback, or anybody really, whether it be Tiger Woods, Brett Favre, Cal Ripken, Jose Bautista, Lando Norris, if you want to talk F1, how do these guys reach this top tier? And some are just absolute butts, and others still retain a sense of, hey, I'm going to treat everybody with respect. I'm going to try to be as fair as I can. I'm not going to get caught up in any of that. That to me is fascinating.
Yeah.
That how many people showed up because Josh Allen is just a nice guy and also happens to be a really good football player too.
Yeah. Just so happen he stays grounded like very few do. It's so easy to get jaded,
and he's married a Hollywood star, and he's still a nice guy.
I know. And that, in fact, that did not drag him out of being grounded and being a regular guy. For everything I understand about Haley Reinhart, those two are two peas in a pod. They found each other because they keep it real and they don't let their day job fill their head. But yeah, Josh, he was the highlight of that game, which wasn't hard. Anything else other than the football game would have been the highlight. Wow. But he spoke, he knew who he was speaking to. When I was surprised he closed with the shot at CSU. That
surprised me too, because I thought he was going to go up. He was going to elevate.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You are wonderful. Wyoming will always have a special place in my heart, blah, blah, blah. No, he goes directly for the rival.
The stab to end it.
What is the number one rule of advertising? If you are number one in advertising, what is the rule?
You don't mention your opponent. You never name your
Hertz will never mention Budget or Alamo or Enterprise Rent-A-Car because they're number one. But he mentions the Rams.
Yeah.
I
was surprised at that.
I was too.
That was a hard dig, which, that is a rivalry. It is the border war, and it means
But it's your day. In your house, in Wyoming.
Yes.
At the family reunion, you don't mention your ex-wife. Like, what the hell? What are you doing?
Right. Don't give the sheep any. Yeah, I was surprised at that. I really was. Yep.
Yeah, I was too. Hey, speaking of surprises, I thought this was fascinating. I don't know how much you watched over the weekend, but I watched that Kansas City game. I'm telling you, dude, they did, but they're not. And what I mean by that, they could have won that game outright, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't close it. They did win, but it took them to the end of overtime, and they barely got a field goal. So right now, I wrote all this down. The AFC division leaders, New England, Denver, 9-2, Indy, 6-3, and Baltimore 6-5. Baltimore was 1-5 like 3 months ago. 1-5. And now, because they won over the weekend, they're now ahead of the Steelers. I'm not saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl, but don't discount the Ravens, right? They're not out. But I think the Chiefs are kind of done. I think Denver can totally control their division now with being 9-2. And we talked about it last time. Bo Nix has that Tom Brady quality of they're just going to march down the field. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have that anymore. And I don't think it's because of him. I think it's because of people around him.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the players around him. He doesn't have that quiet confidence of, okay, guys, we're going toward the end zone. Let's go. He doesn't have that anymore. Bo Nix does. So I'm excited. I really am. And as far as the wild card, you got the Chargers, the Bills, and the Jaguars. What?
Jaguars. I was excited. It looked for a moment like the Bengals were going to do us a favor and beat Jacksonville, but the Jags pulled it out. So Buffalo sitting behind them at 7th spot. Yeah, tough.
So, I mean, Denver looks like they're well seated to do really well because of this weekend. So I'm just, crossing my fingers that everything keeps going and Sean Payton and Bo Nix just keep tearing it up.
Yeah. Sean Payton, what an influence he has had. That's what that organization was missing. They were doing all kinds of weird things with the quarterback draft. There was people even saying it was intentional because Elway didn't want his records broken. What they needed was strong leadership. That coach, Sean Payton.
And there's even a theory that Sean Payton has allowed Russell Wilson to play himself out of the Hall of Fame. He has done so poorly.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton went bye-bye, didn't even try to help rescue his career, that Russell Wilson is now an afterthought, not in those discussions of, when he retires, he's a Hall of Famer. They're not having those discussions about him anymore, which is crazy to me. 3 years ago, he was a no-brainer shoo-in for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But not as of late.
I think he's hanging around too long.
Yeah, that too. Guys who don't know when to leave the party.
Yeah.
Like me. I'll stay on with you till 10:30 if you want, even though the show ends at 10.
Anything else in the news you want to talk about?
Oh my goodness, there's always stuff to talk about. I loved the sandwich generation story that Renee did of Wyomingites who are raising kids but also taking care of their parents.
Yeah.
I love that story because I'm going through it right now.
Oh, okay.
We convinced my father-in-law to move in with us 2 years ago. We had to buy a new house to accommodate him. And, and it's a labor of love, but it's still labor. My wife will tell you he is not the man that raised her. He is a different person because of his age and because of, medical conditions. And it is a job. It's a job. It's a labor of love, but it is a job. And we have to adjust all kinds of different things. We can't just take off and go down to Cheyenne or go to Laramie and take in a football game. We can't go and do X, Y, and Z. And if we do have to leave for a trip, it's all kinds of coordinating with other family members and other people, blah, blah, blah. He's the nicest guy I've ever met. I wish he was my dad, but he's not the same guy. But this is what he wanted, and we could do it. So we are. And we're not alone in Wyoming. There's like over 100,000 people taking care of their parents and their kids at the same time.
More than 106,000 Wyomingites are unpaid and practically full-time caregivers for an aging parent. Mac Watson and family are one of them. He knows.
That's right.
That was an interesting story. And Tom Laycock's going to be on with us. I thought we were going to get him this morning. We're going to shoot for December 3rd now, AARP, and he understands that as well. Yeah.
And the other story that I was like, wow, that's really interesting, which of course we have all the time at Cowboy State Daily, which is why I love working here.
Yeah.
The wood bank. It would have never occurred to me that much like a food bank, much like a place where people go if they don't have enough, that this wood bank in Buffalo, started by these, a group of people a couple of years ago, is actually a necessity for some people who cannot get wood. And all they have is, for the most part, a wood stove to heat their home in the cold Wyoming winter. And it is, again, something you don't think about, but somebody who says there's a need, I'll fill it. And people are so appreciative, and just the emotion of, one veteran, he's a vet. He lost his leg. He started bawling because he's like, you don't realize how much this means to me because I can't go and get wood, which is so necessary in the winter to heat people's homes. So Dale Killingbeck did a great story. He really did.
Yeah, I think there's 3 reasons this story is doing crazy, at least by the Facebook analytics. More than 2,100 engagements. That means people gave it a thumbs up or a heart or a hug or something. 82 comments, 273 shares. By far the most popular story over the weekend.
Yeah.
Dale knocked it out of the park with the writing. That's huge. When people dig into it, they start reading, they can't stop. 2, it's the season, Thanksgiving. This week, this story just hits perfect timing. And, And 3, Mac, you would tell us, I'm sure, that people really thirst for positive, uplifting stories. I mean, it bleeds, it leads. That's going to be clicking, but people really say time and time again they want uplifting, positive stories. Where are they? Go find them.
Right.
Cowboy State Daily does. Dale did.
Right. And it's one thing to just say the facts, but Dale has this talent for digging in and finding the emotion in the story, which just breaks your heart, but you're glad you know about it, if that makes sense. You're glad you read it, but to hear about that veteran and others who say, we just can't get wood. We can't physically go out and and get it because of this, that, or the other. So thank God there's a wood bank that you can go every Tuesday from, November to March and actually be able to heat your home. The other story over the weekend, Scott Schwebke wrote about, I had no idea how tough it is for EMS and ambulances in rural districts. Literally, the wheel is coming off and you've got a patient in the back and you've got to get him to the hospital.
Yeah.
Well, MacGyver, find some baling twine and some duct tape. We got to fix it. I mean, we're in some real trouble here as far as rural, healthcare. But I had no idea that these EMT people are just, a $30,000 gap in funding. And
30 million.
I'm sorry, 30 million.
Yeah.
30,000. That's a drop in the bucket. $30 million in funding. And people are relying on, if I call 911, I'm going to get the service that I need. And these guys, these men and women make it happen on not even a shoestring budget. It's a lack of budget.
Yeah. Aging vehicle, aging gear and equipment and vehicles. And how far can you bend it before it breaks?
Exactly.
And what, to be that ambulance driver who says, hey, somebody's tire just rolled by. That tire looks familiar.
Whoops.
Came off of his ambulance. That's embarrassing. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. But thank goodness they can fix. I mean, they have to fix it, Thank goodness.
Okay, dude, it's a odd number years, so you're doing red meat for Thanksgiving, and one of these days we got to talk real turkey, F1 racing with your daughter. She is onto something. I'm telling you, this is popular now nationwide.
She is.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take a quick break right here, coming right back at you.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Let's go to the listener line. One of our listeners texted in saying, my guess is Josh Allen has great parents. It all starts there when you find a guy like Josh Allen, such a grounded, humble dude. He's got every reason to have attitude, but he doesn't. He's just a regular guy, and it does start with mom and dad. Starts with the parents, who were there, by the way, in Laradice on the field, War Memorial. Josh Allen's number 17 retired. And on a related note, you saw in the highlights, perhaps, they showed a whole bunch of highlights of Josh Allen scrambling around, just doing Josh Allen kind of things, you know. But in many of the highlights, when he heaved up a prayer, the guy on the receiving end was often number 4. And that's Tanner Gentry, who never got the recognition Josh Allen did. But Tanner Gentry caught some big passes for the Wyoming Cowboys thrown by his buddy Josh Allen. He said, buddies for life if you follow Tanner Gentry's Insta account. He also follows Josh Allen's career. I was enlightened to learn that I wondered what became of Tanner Gentry, that wide receiver who was Josh Allen's favorite target in Laramie during his collegiate days. Whatever happened to Tanner Gentry? And I did look up to see if he is still in football, what he's doing. Tanner Gentry, I found out, was drafted by, I think, the Chicago Bears. And he actually did end up on the Buffalo Bills briefly. And I can't think of a guy more needed than Tanner Gentry right now in Buffalo. The Bills have a lot of issues, but one big issue is their lack of wide receiver talent. They got one high-ranking draft pick that keeps missing team meetings and has a poor attitude, like the opposite of Josh Allen. Keon Coleman, he's been a big disappointment, and he's about this close from being just flat out released. And this is like a $20 million guy. And the Bills are getting closer and closer to just admitting that was a draft day mistake. And then you got some other guys who just never panned out. Outside of Shakir, really nobody in the wide receiver corps has stepped up and provided a reliable target for Josh Allen. So he has nothing to work with, nobody to throw to, which made me think, why don't we go get number 4 from back in the day when both these guys wore the brown and gold? Tanner Gentry is now 30 years old. He was drafted, or he's undrafted, but signed by the Chicago Bears in 2017. He didn't play a whole lot there, and then he did wind up on the Buffalo Bills. He was on the practice squad. I don't think he ever saw any action, but there was a time where he was reunited with Josh Allen, both of them wearing the Buffalo Bills uniform. Can you imagine? I would love to see them run that back. Yeah, we had a guest on earlier, by the way, and I think Zuby had something to say. That guest was, who was that? David Jenkins, president of Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship. And David Jenkins came on, talked about a new federal proposal to further relax rules concerning oil and gas companies, oil and gas drillers, extractors. As it is now, David pointed out that some of the bonds that they have to post, in order to get a lease to drill for oil and gas, you have to prove or promise to mitigate that site when you cap the wells. You got to leave that land like you found it, as good as you found it. Some companies do this, and they understand the responsibility involved. Other companies maybe not so environmentally conscious and cause problems when the drilling is over. David Jenkins says this is only going to get worse. In the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which opened 200 million acres of public land to drilling, there's also a proposal to roll back, make it less strict as far as the bonds that have to be posted. If things went sideways, you could be talking about taxpayers being on the hook for some $750 billion in cleanup costs for abandoned wells on public lands. David Jenkins is raising the concerned red flag, and Zuby, who often comments on Cowboy State Daily's Facebook page, says, good, finally somebody gets it. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. That was eye-opening to have David Jenkins on the show earlier. Tomorrow, I want to get to a bunch of stories involving air travel, because many of us are going to be taking a flight to visit friends and family for Thanksgiving. We're going to look at the weather involved and whether your flight may make it or be delayed. And we'll also talk about several stories concerning air travel. Southwest Airlines traveler has a screaming meltdown. We have the video, by the way. Also, will the Transportation Department urges, quote, dressing with respect? Should there be a new dress code, and will it improve air travel? Department of Transportation is hoping so. There was a day when air travel, you dressed up to travel. Not so much anymore. And what is seat squatting? And why won't airline passengers stop doing it? It's just wrong. Yeah, we'll look at all those things concerning air travel tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show. For now, though, that's going to do it for us. Out of time. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Happy Monday to all y'all, and thanks for joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. A new way Wyoming wakes up.